Good morning, everyone. Sawadee krap. We are going to get started now. Very happy that we have the opportunity to be here today. And really, I think an important time for the conversation that we're having. I think all of us have witnessed over the last year quite an exceptional year in terms of weather events and catastrophes. And really, I think a deep appreciation for the important role that we can all play as stakeholders within the system, looking at disaster risk finance, the role that we can play in terms of better activating systems that can hopefully make us more resilient in the end of the day. Very pleased, OIC. Thank you very much for the hosting. It's a great facility, beautiful hotel. Really enjoyed sitting down by the river last night and eating dinner. It's a beautiful, beautiful city. Also, big thank you to the ASEAN Secretariat for their efforts in helping to pull this together, and our partners in organizing this event, the Asian Development Bank Institute. So I'm just going to offer a couple of introductory remarks, mostly focus on logistics, and there's a couple of important housekeeping things. But the first thing I want to say is that I have a very loud voice, and I can project when I talk, but I have to use a microphone in here. And the reason that we have to use microphones is because we have a couple of people who are dialing in, joining virtually. And if we don't use the microphones, they're not going to be able to hear us. So if anyone wants to participate in the conversation later, they have a question, please, when you put your hand up, just wait for the microphone and we'll get one to you. But please do try to use it as much as possible, because otherwise our colleagues who are joining in won't be able to join us, or at least follow along the conversation. The next thing that I just wanted to acknowledge is that we have a very important thing happening this morning, which is the group photo. We're going to do it at 10:30 or when we finish the morning sessions. But just to say, please don't leave. We're going to do it in here. Yes, we're going to do it in here. And so please, when we adjourn from the session, immediately following my colleague Min, just hold back before we go for coffee so we can get the photo taken. The other item that I just wanted to say was that, well, I'll mention this later, just in terms of lunch and where we're having lunch, just so everyone's aware, so that, of course, we can get there, enjoy the excellent hospitality, enjoy the good food, but also make it back here in time. Also, last thing, just to acknowledge my colleague from the Asian Development Bank, Pichaya, who I think is known to many of you, sends her regrets, of course, not being able to be with us today, but she couldn't travel to join the meeting. But I did just want to say, my appreciation for the efforts that she had put into organizing this event. I know it's been a lot of work, trying to get the agenda in place, trying to make it interesting, trying to get all of the speakers, and hopefully provide a program that's interesting for all of the participants. And I know she really wanted to be here, but unfortunately just wasn't able to join us, which is also why I stepped into the moderating role, which, as you can imagine, makes it for a much more engaging couple of days for me. But unfortunately, you're going to have to hear my voice a lot more. So just moving on to the next slide. Important is a disclaimer. It's very detailed. But just to say essentially that there are photos being taken. There is some video being done. But please just remember that when we deal with any of the presentations, as you can see, the views expressed are not those of ADBI, nor are they those of GIP. Next slide. Everyone can find the event page, the full agenda and the speaker's biography, just by taking a photo of the QR code. I think everyone has an agenda at their spot, but if you want a digital copy, you can just grab it right there, along with the biographies for all of the speakers and the event page. Next. Okay. I realized that there was one thing that I forgot to do, because I was anticipating, of course, doing this when I do my welcome remarks after Dean Sonobe's welcome remarks. But just so everybody knows, I'm Connor Donaldson. I'm the CEO of the Global Asia Insurance Partnership. Now, you don't need to be in any way embarrassed if you don't know what that is, because we're a relatively new venture, and we've been set up with the support of the insurance sector, the Monetary Authority of Singapore, regulators across the region, and as well academia, really to look at new emerging and accelerating risks and the role that the insurance sector can play, but as well, how can we support the insurance sector in being future ready for some of these risks? So this is, as I said, a relatively new venture. We're based in Singapore, have an opportunity to hear a little bit more about who we are, both when I offer some welcome remarks, but also when my colleague Min provides a little bit of an introduction to our collaboration with the Asian Development Bank Institute. But please, if you have any questions or you want to ask me anything, the coffee breaks, lunch, dinner tomorrow, I'll be here for the whole event. So with that, I'll say a big welcome to Dean Sonobe, who has prepared some video remarks as he was unable to join us here in person. But with that, please.
Mr. Connor Donaldson, distinguished speakers and participants, good morning from Tokyo. On behalf of ADBI, I am delighted to join Mr. Connor Donaldson, the CEO of Global Asia Insurance Partnership, in welcoming you all to the technical workshop on building financial protection for public assets in ASEAN as a side event of the 25th ASEAN Insurance Regulators Meeting, or AIRM. I regret that I could not participate in the event in person due to my previous engagement. My apologies. On this occasion, I'd like to express my sincere appreciation to Thailand's Office of Insurance for their kind support in coordinating and providing the venue altogether with this year's AIRM event. I thank Mr. Thomas Kessler, Principal Finance Specialist in Disaster Insurance at ADB, for his tremendous support to the development of this workshop's program and the coordination with the prestigious workshop speakers who are gathering here today. ASEAN has been among the regions that are most affected by natural disasters, economically and socially. As we all witness, the rising frequency and intensity of disasters in recent years have resulted in greater losses. Climate risks are growing, infrastructure is rapidly antiquating, and the fiscal space is narrowing across the region. As disasters affect all aspects of development and people's livelihood, urgent need is called to address existing challenges and reinforce countries' preparedness through the effective implementation of comprehensive disaster management strategies. To support ASEAN to achieve disaster resilience and the goals identified in ASEAN Disaster Risk Financing and Insurance, or DRFI, roadmap, ADBI is committed to providing capacity building, cross-border knowledge exchange, and relevant knowledge products to enhance our collective efforts to build financial protection in the region. This workshop will proceed with the sharing of technical knowledge and best practices on day one. Each session equips with different operational solutions to address key factors for building up the disaster risk financing mechanism and protection strategy for public assets. Our day two will convene important dialogue for discussion on ASEAN priorities on DRFI strategies, with a brainstorming session for the next step toward effective implementation for ASEAN's DRFI action plan. The outcomes of these dialogues will help us better understand how to efficiently leverage and utilize its ASEAN's DRFI roadmap for the improvement of climate resilience in the region. Although we will have a fully packed 1.5-day workshop, I'm certain that this forward-looking agenda will cover what needs to be discussed and shared for strengthening disaster risk governance and coordination across relevant institutions and sectors. Please feel free to share your experiences, both challenges and opportunities, and enhance your networking among the participants from the region and multi-stakeholders. For my final note, distinguished speakers and participants, I hope that you will gain practical knowledge and insights by joining this workshop to develop innovative solutions and endeavors that will benefit the region, initiatives and design of disaster risk financing and insurance solutions. Together, we can ensure our values and interests and help shape a path toward the comprehensive implementation of ASEAN's DRFI roadmap and strategies. I look forward to interactive and insightful exchanges among us, as well as to hearing the derived policy recommendations. Thank you, and I wish you a fruitful discussion through this regional technical workshop. Thank you very much for your attention.
Oh, thank you, Dean Sonobe. So I think Dean Sonobe covered what I think is some of the hopefully key values that a forum like this can have, and the opportunity to come together and share experiences and share perspective, and particularly given the nature and really the evolving significant risks that the region faces. It's critically important that we look at how we can work collaboratively, utilizing the different organizations that are active within the region to hopefully identify tools and approaches that will not only ensure that we are effectively managing some of the risks, but that we're also collectively identifying how we can come together to better adapt and mitigate and prevent some of these risks that I think all of us are all too well aware are growing in severity and frequency. So I'm Canadian by birth. So I am originally from Vancouver, and Vancouver is a beautiful city. It's a lovely place. But one of the things that people aren't too well aware of with Vancouver is that it's actually a city that's exposed to a very significant and wide range of climate-related risks. And these are getting more serious. Just last year, why this really is something that hits home for me is there was an incredible amount of snow that was dropped in the mountains in November. And then we got a huge amount of rain in early December. The result was that most of the roads and rail connections leading into Vancouver were wiped out by floods. And we're talking about a country that's very, I think, well equipped. It's got a very strong insurance market. The infrastructure is in very good shape, but the whole city was basically cut off from the rest of Canada. And we used to joke in Vancouver that we'd gone from having 4 seasons to having 3 seasons, which are freezing, flooding, and then fires. Because the way that the climate is changing are creating so many weather-related risks that are really affecting the quality of life. In a place like Vancouver, where very developed, high GDP, very mature insurance markets, they estimated losses of about $6 billion, and insured losses were only about 600 million. And this is a country where insurance penetration rates are very high, and the insurance market is quite mature. But we're not equipped, even in a country like Canada, to be able to deal with the evolving nature of climate-related risks. And disaster risk finance mechanisms are becoming so much more important. And when we think about the portfolio of risks from a climate perspective that ASEAN countries have to deal with on a day-to-day basis, it's clear that we need to make significant strides in terms of being able to develop platforms, tools, and systems that are going to equip us with what we need to be more resilient in the face of a changing climate. And I only hope that discussions like this, being able to share our expertise and come together as a group to identify priorities in areas where collaborative work together is going to take us to a place where hopefully we can start thinking about how we turn priorities into action. I'm very hopeful that at the end of tomorrow's discussion, we walk away with a renewed sense of commitment towards how we can work collaboratively going forward, how organizations, I hope, like the Global Asia Insurance Partnership, can support jurisdictions within ASEAN in making these priorities a reality, how we might be able to support ASEAN jurisdictions in terms of developing their capacity, being able to develop the mechanisms that are hopefully going to contribute to broader resilience across the region, and how our collaboration with the Asian Development Bank Institute in particular will hopefully be able to support a deeper risk awareness within the region, but also tools, approaches, and steps that we can take that at the end of the day are going to make us more resilient in the face of a very dangerous period in which we're entering, and a climate which unfortunately is very difficult to predict. But we do know that many of the things that we faced over the last few years are only becoming more frequent, and the results more severe. So thank you very much. As I said, very pleased to have this opportunity today to hear from some technical experts and spend tomorrow really going through and understanding where are the priorities within the region, and hopefully, as I said, walking away with an understanding of how GIP can serve a role in supporting the region in addressing these priorities. So thank you very much. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Min, who will provide a bit more flesh in terms of what exactly our partnership with the Asian Development Bank Institute could look like and why it makes so much sense for us to be coming together as partners. So thank you very much.
Connor, and good morning, everyone. My name is Min Cheng, and I just joined the GIP. So as Connor mentioned, I'm here to talk about the collaboration between GIP and ADBI. But before I delve deeper into that, given Connor has mentioned, we are a fairly new organization. So I thought I'll first give a brief introduction about GIP before discussing some of the challenges that we face as an industry, and then going into the collaboration. So first of all, GIP. As Connor mentioned, we're fairly new. We were probably officially formed slightly more than a year ago when Connor joined as our CEO. Now, we're a very unique tripartite partnership that brings together insurance industry players, right, the regulators, and also academia. Our membership consists of insurers, reinsurers, brokers with presence across Asia, such as Prudential, Swiss Re, AIA, AIG, Allianz, Aon, and quite a few others. We also have insurance regulators across Asia Pacific, such as APRA in Australia, MAS in Singapore, OIC in Thailand, amongst others. Our key academic partner is the Nanyang Technological University in Singapore, or NTU for short. And we also have international bodies and insurance associations as part of our membership. These include organizations like the World Economic Forum, the Insurance Development Forum, Life Insurance Association in Singapore, and others. Now, GAIP, our aim, or rather our vision, is very simple, but yet very, very ambitious. Our vision is to build long-term risk resilience in Asia, and this vision is underpinned by our 3 pillars. First of all, we have the Living Lab. This involves analytical research into key and new and emerging risks. Now, our current focus here is on climate risk and the pandemic. Next, we have the Policy Think Tank, which involves qualitative research to support and advise on policy decisions, public-private partnerships, and also the use of technology in insurance. Our current focus here is on the pricing of climate risk liability, as well as PPPs for large-scale systemic risk. Our third pillar is the talent development pillar. And here we work closely with NTU to grow and nurture the talents for the future of the insurance industry and support the industry in emerging areas such as data analytics and artificial intelligence. So now that I've given a brief introduction about GIP, I hope you know more about us now. I'll talk a bit about the challenges that we face. Now, as an industry, we definitely face many challenges, but one of it, as what Connor has already alluded to, is that the nature and scale of catastrophe events are increasing. And climate change is definitely making things worse, right? With climate change, the severity and frequency of natural disasters and even secondary perils such as floods induced by cyclones are getting greater and more frequent. In fact, it is estimated that the economic losses from climate change for Asia could reach 26.5% of GDP by 2050. Another implication of climate change is transition risk in the transition to net zero. Now, if this is not managed properly, it could lead to great volatilities in revenue projections due to stranded assets, adverse movements in asset prices, credit risk, labor market frictions. And compounding all of that is the fact that these losses are largely uninsured, right? In the poorer and rural areas of the global economy, these losses may not be insured at all. And even in the richer and urban segments of the global population, underinsurance often exists. In fact, it's estimated that protection gap for Asia will increase at a rate of 7.5% per annum between 2020 and 2025. So, what exactly do we mean by protection gap? Is the difference between total economic losses and insured losses. Now, these economic losses can arise from a wide array of risks, from your non-catastrophe risks of general mortality and morbidity to catastrophe risks such as weather-related perils, other natural disasters, infectious diseases outbreak, as per the current COVID-19, that's why most of us are wearing masks here, and even cyber events. Now, when these events occur, individuals, families, businesses, and even governments, they face material financial pressures due to the losses incurred. Now, for new and emerging risks, such as the pandemic, which were largely less understood and considered in the past, these losses are very much uninsured. In fact, the OECD estimates that 97% of the economic losses from the COVID-19 pandemic were uninsured, and 85% of the losses from cyber events were uninsured. Now, even for risks that are presumably more well understood, such as floods and earthquakes, the protection gap is still considerable. The OECD estimates that 86.5% of the losses from floods were uninsured, and 84.5% of losses from earthquakes were uninsured. So the protection gap is definitely increasing. And due to economic development, globalization, urbanization, digitization, and climate change. The protection gaps are increasing, and with these increasing protection gaps, when a catastrophic event occurs, it could create significant financial adverse impacts to the financial stability of advanced markets, and also on the progress towards financial development and stability for emerging markets. To put things into a bit more context, this graph shows the value of the protection gap for Asia Pacific between 2010 and 2020, as well as between 2020 to 2021, a one-year gap. And as you can see, the protection gap due to natural disaster, natural catastrophes across APAC, be it emerging or advanced, is accelerating. The growth has accelerated between 2020 and 2021, as is the case for the mortality protection gap for emerging markets. Now, to address this protection gap towards sustainable development, risk resilience, all four elements of this risk management chain needs to be present. We first need to be able to promptly identify new and emerging risks and be able to properly quantify these risks so that we can quantify the protection needs from this risk. Underlying that, we need sufficient and usable data as well as robust risk models. And therein lies one of the key operational challenges that we all face: a lack of coherent data, weak conventions, and in some markets, a lack of risk disclosures. Next, the enabling environment is also really important, without which efficient and sustainable risk management solutions will not be possible. And here we have our second key operational challenge. Rules, regulations, standards, best practices are often nascent, weakly defined, and importantly, not harmonized across Asia. Not sure what's happening here. So ADBI and GIP are coming together to help support the industry in addressing some of these challenges. Before I go more into the collaboration, let's talk about why we are collaborating. Now, ADBI and GIP, our goals are very much aligned. It is to improve growth, prosperity, and resilience in the region. Our activities and expertise are aligned and in fact complementary to each other. And thereby we believe that by working together, we can achieve more via synergies. And for our collaboration, there are two parts to it. First of all, it is the exploration of an online risk platform. And the purpose of this online risk platform is exactly to address one of the first key operational challenge that I've mentioned, the lack of coherent data and weak conventions. At a very basic layer, we expect that this risk platform will include a risk database that is based on consistent standardized taxonomy, leading to coherent data and aligned convention. And being an open sharing platform, we expect that there will be sharing of best practices, successful innovations across markets to encourage markets to learn more from one another and create more harmonization across Asia. The second part of the collaboration is the Asian Policy Dialogue Platform. This platform will provide the forum for high-level policy dialogues and discussions to encourage the development of rules, regulations, and standards that are harmonized across Asia and more robust. So with this collaboration, we hope to be able to greatly support all of you towards risk resilience in your countries and in Asia. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Min. That was excellent. I think that one of the things that really strikes me as important when we think about the opportunity for collaboration between GIP and ADBI, it really actually also speaks to the participants that are in this room. And one of the things that I think we hope to be able to work in a complementary way with ADBI on is how we can activate the different parts of the broader, for lack of a better word, ecosystem around disaster risk finance. Because I think it's clear that the sector has an important role, and the insurance sector can play an incredibly important role in terms of supporting greater resilience. Regulators of the insurance industry can also play a role. But critically important is also engagement with policymakers. And to see so many representatives today from ministries of finance across the region, I think that there's a recognition that the Ministry of Finance in particular plays a very important role in terms of being able to activate and encourage governments around, one, why this is a priority. Two, what is the role and what are the acceptable sort of parameters around the role that the insurance sector can play? And three, how do we actually look at this from the perspective of prevention, mitigation, and adaptation, recognizing that these are fundamental if we're actually going to build a sustainable foundation on which the insurance sector can support then better risk management and risk transfer around some of that residual risk that's left over after we've worked at trying to bring down some of those risks. It's clear we can't transfer every risk to the insurance market. There's not enough capacity. There's not enough capital within the market. But what there is, I think, is a lot of expertise, and we'll hear more about that later today. There's a lot of capacity within the market to lend that expertise across the region in engagement with regulators, policymakers, and really, hopefully, using some of that expertise and the data that is there to be able to better understand what steps could be taken now to reduce the risk profile of jurisdictions, communities, families, and ultimately individuals within the region. So I'm really excited about this collaboration because I do think, particularly the engagement and ongoing conversations that take place between ADBI and the policymaking community. These are conversations that we need to strengthen the voice and participation of all the relevant stakeholders. So the industry, the regulatory community, and policymakers really need to be able to come together and work collaboratively. And seeing the participation in this room, I'm very optimistic that this collaboration with ADBI could go a long way in hopefully building greater resilience. I did want to, of course, also pause for a moment and see if there is any questions that colleagues have for Min, just in terms of our collaboration with ADBI and what we might be able to do collectively, or if there's anything maybe you wanted to highlight as being particularly relevant for your jurisdiction. And I'll pause just to see if any hands do go up. Whilst I see people. It is okay. We're going to have lots of opportunity to talk about it over the next day and a half. But thank you very much, Min.
Connor, if you don't mind, you see me here. I know.
Because it's like a voice from the heavens.
Oh no, it's not. Trust me, there's no angel here. But good morning, everyone, and thank you for your participation. Just to add on a little bit from what Connor said, I think some of you may already know of me that before I joined ADBI, I also work with the ASEAN Secretariat. So I'm kind of familiar with this ADRFI roadmap since when I worked with ASEAN Secretariat in 2016, 2018. So what I want to highlight a little bit further for this collaboration with GAIP is that if you see what in Min presentation, there's two elements of this collaboration that we are planning and focusing on. It's just the online list platform and also the policy dialogue platform. So if you're thinking about the roadmap that the ASEAN has already been doing since phase 1 and also phase 2, it's something that actually it is the activity that ASEAN member countries can think about it and just to see if you are able to tap on this this collaboration and this activity to be able to facilitate and benefit the implementation of the ADRFI roadmap. So we have a lot of data availability around that provided by different agencies and institutions. But again, with this initiative and the activity that we are planning with GAIP, hopefully that with our discussion today and tomorrow could also be an input for this collaboration, just to share it up and just to also see how we can help support the implementation of the RFI initiative in this region too. So like as Connor said, feel free to discuss or ask your question. Min and Connor's there, even though I'm not there, but I think this provides us an opportunity to move forward together. So I just stop here.
Pachaya, and I don't know if you caught it at the beginning, but just of course we would have all loved for you to have been here. I'm sorry you weren't able to join us, but I think you've highlighted some additional important points of why events like this are so important, and why this collaboration between ADBI and GIP could be hopefully very facilitative and supportive of some of the priorities that exist across the region. Now, I recognize we're running a little bit ahead of schedule. That's not a bad thing, because it means that we have a bit more time to deal with the logistical chaos that often goes along with trying to get a group photo, and still making sure that people have an opportunity to actually have a coffee, maybe connect with your colleagues, catch up on some emails, etc. So what I'm going to propose is that we're actually going to break a little bit early. We'll have a slightly longer break. But we're going to do the coffee first. I mean, the photo first, not coffee first. Don't please. The photo first. And then we'll reconvene at 11 o'clock. There will be a couple of additional adjustments that we've had to make to the agenda, just given some of the challenges that we've had with people's being able to travel. But I'll highlight those when we reconvene at 11 o'clock. But with that, let's pause. Have our group photo, enjoy a coffee, catch up with colleagues, and then look forward to really getting into some of the technical discussions after that. Thanks, everyone. Chat with colleagues a little bit. I had mentioned during my opening that there was going to be a couple of changes to the agenda, and instead of giving the laundry list at the beginning, what I thought was I would just use the opportunity to inform everybody as the day went on. So unfortunately, Professor Ken Sing Tan from Nanyang Technological University, who had hoped to be with us today, he was unable to join. And I was remarking to my colleague Lubo here that one of the things that's so interesting about this new reality that we're in is that I think oftentimes we think that COVID is behind us, only to be reminded in quite stark ways that actually it can still wreak havoc on all best laid efforts. So it's unfortunate, of course, that Ken Singh wasn't able to join us. But what we thought would be interesting, of course, we have the opportunity to hear from Lubo Varbanov, sorry. I just asked. He brings a wealth of experience, having worked across the financial system with a great deal of time spent within Asia. And I think what's so interesting about this opportunity to hear from him is that Swiss Re is really at the cutting edge in terms of understanding the evolving nature of the risk profile for the region. And what we thought would be a good use of having Lubo here is, of course, to have a conversation, not only to hear from him about the risk profile or the risk landscape within Asia, but to have a bit of a moderated conversation. So Lubo is going to do his presentation, and then we're going to walk through a bit of a moderated Q&A. So I do encourage participants today to listen, but be prepared to ask some questions at the end. I think it's great that we have Lubo here, and I think there's probably many things that he could share his perspective on that are top of mind for you within your respective jurisdictions, or thinking about this from a regional perspective. So with that, I turn it over to Lubo for his presentation, and apologize again for the horrific butchering of his name that I had just done. So with that, Lubo, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be able to join you today. First of all, can I comfort you? This is by far not the worst butchering of my name. I think others take that prize. I also want to say at the outset, we obviously wish Professor Tan, I'm not sure if he was able to dial in, but even in absentia, wish him quick and full recovery. So with that, thank you again for the opportunity. I look forward to sharing some thoughts with you. And as Connor said, hopefully having some time afterwards for an exchange of opinions and for a conversation. I'm not the only representative of Swiss Re in the room. My colleague Anna Cheng is also here. She's our senior client manager for Southeast Asia. I think a number of you may know her. She's been with the firm for longer. I only joined Swiss Re about 6 months ago, having spent about 20 years with the World Bank and IFC. So with that in mind, let's turn our attention to the topic at hand, which is risk landscape in Asia, and specifically with respect to protecting public assets. So the first message I'd like to start with, I'm afraid, is a bit of a somber one. And it's that in a global context, we're probably looking at the most challenging scenario that the world has faced in at least half a century, if not longer. What you can see on the left-hand side of the slide is world real GDP growth and inflation. And the simple message there is that in the last couple of years, we have seen a dramatic slowdown in growth. 2023, next year, is expected to be the fourth weakest on record in developed markets. And the slowdown that is being experienced is the sharpest slowdown the world has seen since the 1980s, with the exception of the global financial crisis. On the right-hand side, you can see why that is. And the one phrase that many of you may have heard is increasingly, unfortunately, getting used is not a crisis, but a poly-crisis. There's a confluence of phenomena that are driving this. Climate change is, of course, a very important one. I think both in a professional and a personal capacity, all of us are increasingly aware of extreme weather events becoming more frequent, becoming more intense, losses resulting from floods and other risks, droughts driving food prices going up. Number two, and I promise Connor and I did not coordinate this earlier, but COVID and post-COVID, his remarks just now, I think a poignant reminder of the fact that unfortunately the effects of the pandemic are not fully behind us in a variety of forms. Unwinding of global supply chains, the interconnectivity that the world enjoyed for a prolonged period of time, economic effects in terms of businesses being hit and many unfortunately even gone bankrupt, and of course health impacts in terms of physical but also mental health, and delayed development in many markets and many countries where schools were closed for extended periods of time, in some cases for as long as 1 or 2 even years. And then the list unfortunately goes on, and there's geopolitical tensions, most notably the war in Ukraine, but of course in our region as well. It's manifesting itself, thankfully to a lesser degree, but it is present. Inflation, which now increasingly is being expected to stay higher for longer, and an energy crisis. So, somber scenario, as I said at the beginning. Now, what is the translation of this when we look at our situation in Asia? What I would say as a highlight is, or maybe a summary, is that there are some mitigants when we look at Asia, but no region, Asia included, can insulate itself completely, and certainly there's no room for complacency. I say some mitigants because in 2022, year to date, as you can see in the bottom part of the slide in the middle, markets maintain strong growth momentum, mostly year to date, and I guess in the remaining 1 month or so of 2022, growth expected to come in at about 5.5%. Due to some delays in market reopening and particularly in comparison with advanced markets. And then the other piece, inflation concerns being subdued, again, compared with developed markets, partially because of some flexibility in labor conditions, partially because of price controls in some markets, and partially because of less aggressive stimulus being implemented by policymakers. So perhaps not as stark a situation in Asia, but coming now to the topic of our conversation today, there's something else to bear in mind, which is that when it comes to nat cat exposure, we're looking in our region as one of the areas which are most impacted. And you can see on the right-hand side of the slide, the color coding with Asia in orange and red. And on the left-hand side, when we talk about not just exposure, but vulnerability, we see that the uninsured, uninsured economic losses from disasters, if we only look at the year of 2021, significantly higher than the world average, which of course includes Asia. So 85% versus 60%. What does that mean? Well, let's look at first how we're handling things. Public sector, as we all know, and many of you represent the public sector here in the room, bears a large portion of these exposures and these risks. And yet the public coffers are in many countries coming under virtually unprecedented in recent memory strain from a twofold effect. On the one hand, the demand for public finances is possibly at an all-time high. Emergency response, reconstruction of public property after some of these events, the second item linked to today's subject. Of course, continued response to long-term pandemic effects, and support of non-insured households. On the other hand, with economic growth slowing down, going back to the first slide, there's a lower fiscal income, there's lower export revenue, even with some restoration in tourism flows, previous levels are not yet reached, and investor confidence on the back of partially what's happening in developed markets is also being impacted. So with that double whammy in mind, the closure of the financing gap between insured and uninsured losses is therefore very much in the public interest. Now, how can that be done? Well, I think many of us will be familiar with technologies failing us. Oh, sorry, maybe it's just a delay then. Go back. Yes. Thank you, Connor. So many of us in the room will be familiar with the content of this slide. There's a number of tools that governments can avail of to increase resilience financially and to protect public assets. The challenge is that those ones on the left, the post-event ones, which traditionally people have resorted to, as we've just discussed, are under very, very severe strain. Tax increase is very difficult when the tax base is shrinking. Donor assistance maybe not as readily available. A number of governments are already pushing against caps in terms of sovereign debt to GDP, and budget reallocation in the context of insufficient budget across the board is not as easy to do. Reserve funds, which are on the right-hand side of the slide, have also been tapped to in many instances for pandemic and post-pandemic response. So in that context, risk transfer through insurance is in many cases one of the few remaining robust avenues for increasing resilience. And with that, I'd like to share two quick examples with you. One from the region and one from elsewhere in the world. So the Asian example, and I know there's some colleagues here from Indonesia, is the public asset insurance scheme in Indonesia. This is a project that was started on the back of the 2014 regulation to implement public asset protection. It really took a big leap forward with the publication of Regulation 97 in 2019, and that's when the Ministry of Finance piloted public asset insurance. And as a result, we now have about $3 billion or more of cover available in the market. Jacindo, as part of IFG, is the lead insurer, and Swiss Re is proud to be the leading reinsurer of that program. Clearly, a market difference compared with the situation pre-2019. And yet, for a country and an economy the size of Indonesia, also a lot of scope to do more. The other example comes from the country that you mentioned earlier, Switzerland. And I like this example because it weaves together two themes that are very important to us. The first one, public assets, and the second, digitization and data application in developing new models in the insurance sector. What happened in this case is about a year and a half ago, all the cantonal authorities, which are the regional authorities in Switzerland, the insurers as well as private insurers, established this new entity, Schadenorganisation Erdbeben. And the intent there is to come up with a system and a mechanism to ensure swift and consistent loss assessment process after earthquakes in Switzerland. And we were selected to be the lead partner in the development of IT infrastructure that is at the core of this new entity, both in the form of an IT platform and an IT application. The result is that we'll have, going forward, a countrywide single source of information for calculating repair and reconstruction costs, and with that, hopefully achieving the objective of quick decision-making when it comes to reconstruction. So with that, I'd like to try and leave you with 3 key messages. The first one, clearly we're in a situation that global economy is significantly less resilient to deal with climate change, as it says on the slide, but also with the plethora of other major risks that form part of this poly-crisis scenario that we find ourselves in. Asia, our region, unfortunately has one of the largest insurance protection gaps, and therefore the public sector really ought to focus on closing that gap to gain and improve resilience. So thank you very much for your attention, and Connor, back to you.
Thank you so much, Luo. That was, really, I think, an eye-opening presentation. And one of the things for me that's quite interesting, and looking back in my opening remarks, I had mentioned that what we saw around the flooding in Vancouver in late November, early December last year was that it was basically 10 to 1 insured losses to uninsured losses. And yet, when we look at that map that you had presented, actually Canada's green. And when you think about the protection gap, you really, I think, struggle to understand the magnitude of the gap, and particularly in a region like Southeast Asia, where there is such a multitude of significant perils that could, have quite significant human and economic costs. And in the context of thinking about public assets, one of the things that strikes me as being quite scary about the situation is that having worked in government for the early parts of my career, I can say that governments generally are not good risk managers. Generally, they don't want to think about the risks that they're exposed to from an economic or a financial perspective until after something happens. And recognizing the significance and the scale of the protection gaps that exist across the region, how significantly they could affect public assets, which are ultimately critical for the economic and social well-being of communities. How do we actually sort of shift the conversation beyond examples to actually being mainstreamed in terms of policymakers understanding the risks that they're exposed to, and developing the mechanisms that are going to enable them to hopefully be more resilient as we move into a period, or in fact, continue to live in a period where risks are becoming more severe, or the impacts of some of these risks as they manifest are becoming more severe and more frequent.
Yeah, thank you, Connor. I would be humble enough to not attempt to pretend that we have the answer to that question as Swiss Re. It's of course easy for me to agree with a number of premises in what you've just stated. I think the capacity, both on the public side and the private side, in terms of risk management, probably varies significantly in this region and others. Of course, we operate globally, and one of the benefits that we can bring to conversations like this is not necessarily that the people working at Swiss Re are smarter, but that we have so many data points from different parts of the world that we can hopefully bring those to bear in any one situation to come up with a solution that best fits local requirements and local needs. I think two things are worth highlighting here. The first one is, whilst people may have a difficulty to make the transition sort of in a kind of in a big bang way to a new way of thinking, what may help is just tracing how today's situation is different from what they've encountered in the past. And what we're particularly seeing is a number of governments that look at how they've reacted to natural catastrophes in the past and realizing that the same tools that may have been available previously will not be as readily available at this point or for the foreseeable future. And that was the point I was making around levels of indebtedness, for example, in a number of markets here in Asia. So going into the pandemic, many people were rightly pointing out that compared to, say, the situation at the time of the global financial crisis, public finances were a lot healthier, a lot stronger in Asia. Unfortunately, the pandemic has put a rather significant dent in that through both effects that I spoke about earlier, the costs and the reduced revenues. And so the default, and I think we need to recognize that in contrast to private sector, the government always has the option of going and issuing more debt and funding post-event costs in that manner, but that is not as readily available. And in a context where global economies is running into headwinds and investors being a lot more selective, it may be difficult to secure capital, particularly in international markets. And I think many ministers of finance are acutely aware of that and making their colleagues in government aware of it. The other thing, which is a lot more idiosyncratic, I would say, but in our experience, is that it takes a person. In many markets, and I'm thinking one example, not at the national level, at the state level, in India recently, where it was a particular policymaker, a reformed-oriented individual and leader in the state of Nagaland, who championed pretty much single-handedly the case for pre-event management of natural catastrophes, and was able to carry his colleagues. I think it is easy to aspire to a situation where this is a prevalent way of operation, but it isn't. The good news, though, is once you have hopefully one or two such examples, and there's a proof of concept, then replicating this across certainly within the respective market should be easier. So in a way, I'm opening this up to the room. There are a number of leaders from government here in this conference, and I think each and every one of us has that opportunity and in some ways perhaps responsibility to play that role.
No, it's an excellent point, and I think throwing the challenge out there to each and every one of us to be a champion and to do our part, because I couldn't agree with you more. It really does take individuals and in particular people who are willing to move forward and champion a cause that ultimately I think we've maybe not always been the best advocates for ourselves as insurance professionals on the real sort of economic value that insurance can bring, particularly in emerging markets and particularly in the face of a risk landscape where we're coming out of what is probably the most challenging 3 years that many governments and many of us as individuals have faced. And the risks are unfortunately only going to get more significant. And I think, as you rightly alluded to, the ability to rely on the strength of the balance sheets of public authorities within the region to respond to risks is greatly diminished in the current environment. And unfortunately, I think the headwinds are such that it's only going to get more difficult. We'll hear from Craig a little bit later, but one of the things that he said to me a while ago, and sorry, Craig, if I steal your thunder on this because it's just so interesting, is that I think many public authorities for a long time recognized that in the face of a catastrophe, they knew who they were going to go to ask for support to respond. And as Craig so correctly put it, essentially there was a ex post approach to ex ante funding, which is kind of interesting when you think about it, because you have these public authorities who recognize, okay, there is capacity within the donor community to support us in the event of a significant crisis. But unfortunately, I think some of the headwinds that the economy is facing, some of the challenges that we're facing, means that maybe some of those avenues aren't as open as they were in the past, which puts more pressure on governments to be more effective risk managers. And maybe this is a good opportunity to switch gears a little bit. One of the things that struck me recently, reading the Financial Times, there was an article, and it's big news when insurance industry developments are getting high-profile stories within the Financial Times. But reinsurance markets are in a stressed situation right now, and there's a lot of conversations taking place between primary insurers and the reinsurance industry, particularly on the general or P&C side of insurance. And some of the pricing and as a result, some of the contracts are taking a lot longer to finalize. I'm sure many of us have seen commentary or are hearing about developments. How significant is the sort of economic challenges facing the reinsurance industry in terms of the capacity challenge that I think exists across the region?
Yeah, I think you're right to put your finger on this, and after a number of years, and many of us will be intimately familiar with the trend of relatively soft markets, the losses that the industry has now consistently experienced has led to a situation where the sustainability of the reinsurance segment has been challenged. Just one event, and again, of course, it's an industry that operates globally. I think Hurricane Ian in the United States is expected to cause losses of the order of $65 to $100 billion. And I think we're now in a situation where I believe for the third year running, total insured losses from natural catastrophes are going to exceed $130 billion. So I think for any industry that inevitably will have an impact. Now, Anna and I are privileged to be part of an institution that prides itself on strong balance sheet and capital management. But I think nobody's insulated from this, and quite rightly, leadership of the reinsurers. In some cases, we've seen some people have decided they can no longer responsibly participate in the market, and they've stepped away. In the case of others, like Swiss Re, the terms on which capacity, which is available, is being offered in the market, have had to reflect not just the recent experience, but you've repeated it several times, Connor, the fact that going forward, models are being adjusted for increased frequency, increased intensity, particularly of extreme weather and natural catastrophe events. So I, once again, have to say Asia is special, but Asia is unique, but Asia is not in any way able, like every other region, to decouple from those global realities. And so our message to the market, and I think that of a number of our industry peers, has been particularly in the run-up to important 1/1 renewals, and of course later in the year, to start those conversations early and to assure yourself of a good alignment with reinsurers, whether it is us at Swiss Re or whoever your partners happen to be, and reflect in your decision making the reality that the industry finds itself in a significantly different place compared to where it's been over the last 5, 6, 7 years.
Yeah, it's it's interesting to hear that, and one of the things that I had the opportunity to hear at the recent Singapore International Reinsurance Conference was that really, I think if we had asked ourselves 12 months ago, what would be the biggest challenges that we face this time right now? I'm not sure that we would have put our finger on a geopolitical order that has fundamentally been upended. I don't think we would have put our finger on the speed and significance of inflationary pressures. We may have seen these on the horizon as potential, but for the extent to which they are, I think, really the two pieces of the risk landscape that are most influencing the conversations, I don't think it would have been that easy to predict. And why I mention them now is because when I think about some of the challenges, particularly when we think about climate-related risks, have these developments over the last 9 months really influenced how people are thinking about climate-related risks, and particularly given the disruption to energy markets, the turmoil within energy markets, some of the efforts that were being made in terms of trying to get ahead of some of the sort of more climatic-related events by reducing our sort of carbon footprint, transitioning to this efforts on net zero. Are we seeing headwinds on trying to still move forward the climate agenda as aggressively as we were?
Yeah, well, I think this is probably a question that each of us in the room will have something interesting to contribute on, because it's a reality that I think permeates economic life and political life across all markets. The first remark I would make, perhaps a little lighthearted, is that we are not the only ones that didn't anticipate, say, inflationary pressures accelerating to this extent in such short space of time. I think if you look at minutes from Jackson Hole and Fed retreats, look at what Jerome Powell had to say a year ago, many people feel the Fed is being behind the curve during this time, and that's their number one job. So I think that the insurance industry, that has a few other jobs as well, didn't anticipate it, is probably hardly surprising. But coming to the core of your question, are the geopolitical tensions, the war in Europe, but also others, and inflation sort of deflecting people? I think there's certainly the temptation there. And not sure, maybe there's some people in the room, certainly there's representation from organizations more broadly that were represented at COP27 in Sharm in the last few weeks. That was very much part of the conversation, the importance and the discipline not to allow ourselves into a situation where these very real other concerns obfuscate the fact that climate change now, I think, is more than ever obvious to us all, and its impacts are obvious to us all. So I think the temptation is there. Resources are finite. People's bandwidth to deal with challenges is not unlimited. But at the same time, I think there's a fairly good degree of awareness that the temptation is there. And so it becomes like so many other things, what people choose to choose to do with it. I think the COP was billed as one where we move beyond pledges. That means a lot of pledges around net zero, keeping things to 1.5 degrees to implementation. I think time will tell. Personally, I feel there's an element of sobriety at COP and a high level of discussion around adaptation without people necessarily giving up on the 1.5 degrees. But even I think if you read the final communique, you'll see there's recognition of possible, but very challenging. And so I think that's also an aspect that we need to internalize in our industry. That adaptation measures, adaptation investments is something we need to focus on and understand how we can be part of the solution. Because mitigation alone is not I personally don't think is going to provide the full answer.
Yeah, no, it's an excellent point. And looking around the room, I'm not sure if anyone has any burning questions at the moment. I see a lot of eyes looking towards us, Lubo, and I suspect that's because people are still letting their questions sort of percolate a little bit. So maybe I'll take one more opportunity to ask you a question, and then we'll open it up to the floor. So just be prepared. I may ask for volunteers, just because I think it's important that we do get people a little bit engaged in this conversation. So my question is one that builds off your point around mitigation. I think you're absolutely right. I think adaptation is going to be critical, particularly when we look at the trajectory that we're on and the likelihood that many of the commitments that were made even before COP26 won't be met. And particularly if we think about the efforts that we're making to try to keep to 1.5 degrees, I think everyone is beginning to come around to the view that, ultimately we're in a situation where unfortunately it's going to be very difficult for us to be able to meet that. And so as a result, adaptation is going to become even more important. Now, this brings me to the question though, when we think about trying to put a price on climate risk, I think there's been a great deal of effort that's been out there towards looking at climate risk pricing from an asset perspective, thinking about transition risk, thinking about stranded assets, thinking about the impact that could have on the financial system as investors. When we think about the insurance sector, one of the things that we have, I think, in our natural sort of abilities is to put a price on the liability risk. So how we as a sector can actually look at the evolving nature of climate risk within the region and think about how that impacts underwriting and pricing. My question is, have we invested enough as a sector to be able to understand how climate risk is changing in a way that's going to impact our ability to underwrite risk? And are we developing the mechanisms to be able to better price it as a sector?
Well, my one-line answer will be that I believe it's work in progress, like so many other things when it comes to climate change. But maybe a slightly longer way to address your question is to just put out the premise that it's very difficult to manage any challenge, manage any risks without first being sufficiently well informed about the extent of it and its presence and its magnitude in whatever your, let's say, portfolio is. And from our discussions with counterparts in the public sector, which is the business that I lead for Swiss Re across APAC, but frankly also with corporates, and we include within public sector state-owned enterprises, for example, which start to bridge a little bit that continuum from a purely public entity to a purely private one. I think the extent of understanding of climate risk varies very widely, which is a nice way of saying that in some cases it's good and in other cases it's not good at all. And it's as one example, again, I mentioned Indonesia, and one of our examples in the presentation. Last week, we organized in Jakarta a workshop on best practices in risk management with the leadership of BUMN, the Indonesian Ministry of State-Owned Enterprises, to precisely look at analytic solutions that are available from various sources to help people understand their exposure in public assets, in state-owned enterprise, corporate assets, etc., to these risks, to a variety of perils. And clearly this understanding is absolutely vital, both in terms of the current position, but also in the context of limited resources for growth, as we discussed earlier, making sure that in addition to all the other lenses that people apply in making capital allocation decisions, whether it's a public utility, whether it is a port company, whether it's a digital business, those capital allocation decisions are also made with the additional lens of considering the impacts of climate change on whatever application of your limited capital you're going to make. So again, speaking for us at Swiss Re, in 2022, for the first time, we made the decision to offer to our counterparts, to our clients, some of the analytic solutions that historically were reserved purely for our own underwriting decisions. And we set up a separate business unit that is actually led by the previous CEO of the insurance business here in Asia to lead that exercise globally. And we're seeing on the part of the reality that you've spoken of, on the part of regulatory disclosure requirements, things like TCFD, a rapid increase in interest for these kinds of analytical solutions as the, I think, indispensable foundation on which you can then do the more sophisticated work around pricing, etc., that you spoke of.
No, thanks. And I said that I was going to try to find volunteers if no one put their hand up to ask a question from the floor. But one of the things, and everyone's of course now not going to make eye contact with me, but that's fine, I understand. But one of the things that's so striking for me, particularly when I think about our friends from places like Indonesia or from the Philippines, where you have this incredibly complex series of risks, flooding, earthquakes, volcanoes, typhoons, and frankly, at times it must just feel overwhelming. How do you navigate a risk landscape where your exposure to such catastrophic and significant perils is so high? And I think oftentimes we get into this conversation around, how do we prioritize? How do we develop multi-peril approaches? How do we sort of basically manage in such a complex environment? And it's not a way to answer the question, but rather maybe just to draw out, and I maybe look over to colleagues, Benedict. Sorry, I'm going to draw you into the conversation at this point. You spent a lot of time looking at different ways in which we can look at particular risks within the region. But when you actually take a step back and you think about some of those jurisdictions where the risk landscape is so complex and so significant across perils, how do you look at solutions? Where are the solutions? But please, come into the conversation.
Onto that question, you mean?
Yeah. It's an easy one.
Well, actually going to pick up on the same example that Ugo mentioned from our friends from Indonesia, because I think there's very interesting from two starting points to your question. On the one hand, it's pick one narrow thing and focus on getting it up and running and working on this. And that's the public asset insurance program in Indonesia, which is, it's a huge country, it's a huge challenge, but it's from the broader risk landscape, a very specific and narrow activity to build up over the years, right? And when it started, it was much smaller than now. The 7,000 assets, and 3 billion cover started much more narrow. It's really pick one thing and implement that. On the other hand of the spectrum, the other reform that Indonesia is undergoing is to set up this whole new institution for how to think about managing risk, managing financing risk in the government differently, and really going through this institutional reform, which is long, which takes time, which is by definition messy to go through institutional reforms, but that builds the long-term capacity to start thinking about risk differently and managing differently. As you said earlier, risk management is, or governments are not great at risk management. And I think that's why you need to build this institutional capacity. I'd say two parts to your question. One is find specific narrow things and just focus on that, not ignoring the complexity around it, but despite all of the everything goes around this, but at the same time build this large institutional reforms to tackle it more systematically.
Thank you. I don't know, Lubo, if you.
I was actually curious if there are some colleagues in the room who may be brave enough to share some experience, because that's a challenge, as you say, in a number of markets. You mentioned Philippines and Indonesia, that people are faced with on an ongoing basis. Anything, I fully agree with what Benedict has said. I'm just curious if anyone may be interested to share what's worked for them.
Yeah, and I'm sorry to, as I said, I gave fair warning. So colleagues from the Philippines, I know you're sitting there, you're probably thinking to yourself that, the risk landscape is very complex. But how do you find within your respective institutions that risk awareness? Is there an appreciation for that forward-looking capabilities and understanding how the risk landscape is changing?
Well, I'll reply to your question on behalf of a regulator, because I'm from the Insurance Commission, at the risk that my colleague from the Ministry of Finance will scold me later.
They'll get their chance too.
But as you pointed out, definitely the landscape is complex. It's very risky. It's complex, and that, as you rightly pointed out, in particular with respect to pricing, it's an evolving thing. But on your question on how we see it, at least the way I see it from my point of view, there's still a huge challenge from within our jurisdiction, not only from the side of the supply side, the industry, the market, and government. And what do I mean by this? The Philippine government has been focused a lot on disaster risk financing since the 90s. And as a matter of fact, we have established different programs where I think up to now LGUs are funded, and they have this disaster fund that they can use to mitigate risks, to capacity build their people, to purchase tugboats or boats or things that you use for disaster. But insurance is way below the priority. And I think this is because the concept of insurance is still not as widely accepted as it is in developed countries. Just to cite an example, I think last month we attended a report of the World Bank on country climate risk report. Identifying areas which are risky, where you should build communities, and it was talking about risk mitigation, adaptation, and control, but nothing was mentioned about insurance at all. And so, after the talk, we were like, okay, so but where is insurance there? And the speaker was surprised because there were people from the Insurance Commission that attended and people from the Ministry of Finance, and there was no insurance, right? And we, as a regulator, has been raising this issue with government. There are funds for disaster risk financing, but why is it that there's no clear direction on trying to set aside funding to purchase, insurance, right? And then here we are always complaining about government, funding recovery time and again, right? We have, all of this risk mapping done by our weather agency, and we've started a program called, again, with the World Bank, the PCIF, Philippine Catastrophic Insurance Facility. But on the supply side, the PCIF, we have, members of the industry complaining about the new rating, structure that we provided. As you mentioned, pricing would change because of climate change. But, when we started adjusting the rates up, suddenly the industry was, pushing back. This is too high. This is too high. Market won't be able to absorb it. But then again, I go to my point, right? We talk about this all of the time, but we need advocates from the entire ecosystem, from government to industry to the market. And until the three has a baseline of understanding on where we should start, I think we'll just be going round and round and round and round in having this sort of a discussion. I mean, that's my take on this. That's the reason why I appreciate discussions like this, because it keeps the topic there at least, right? But in the priority of schemes, I don't know. I think that's still a challenge, and it probably will take some more time. Yeah.
Oh. No.
No.
I think David wanted to come in.
Thank you. Sorry, there's been so much content. I could talk about quite a few things, but picking up on the comments from my colleague in the Philippines, I think he's raised a very good issue. I was in Istanbul last week talking about potentially creating a new insurance pool in the Carrick region. In fact, that's covered later in the agenda, but I won't talk too much about that specifically. But one thing came up from one of the governmental officials there was, why should we buy insurance? We pay premium, we pay premium, we pay premium, and after 10 years, we have nothing left. That's spend. So I think, again, kind of the point you had there, the idea about the fact this is actually providing you with contingent capital, contingent funding. You can put money into a fund, but when a disaster happens, that fund will not be enough.
Yep.
There'll be a missing gap. Then you're going to have to try and raid other sources of funding. Yep. You're going to have to beg, you have to raise taxes, your economy takes a hit, and your economy is slow to recover. But that is contingent. It's difficult. Paying premium year by year is a physical thing, and it's competing with other budget calls. Yep. But an example, I'm going to talk again about the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility later on. This has been running for a number of years. One particular government, I won't shame them, I won't name them, one particular government paid premium for 10 years. They never had a claim. They should have been happy. Not having a claim means they didn't have an event. The insurance they bought would be a tiny, tiny part of the hit, right, for that particular event, but they weren't happy. They're unhappy. So they decided to cancel their policy. What happened? Next year, that big hurricane went through, hit them. The year after that, they bought the policy, right? But that is you can see, you can rationalize it. In fact, that was a change of government. So a new government came in, said, look, the previous guys for the last 10 years been buying this policy. What idiots, no claims, right? But then event happens. So it's quite difficult, I think, when you are accountable to your electors to make this kind of decision. It's easy to be a hero after an event. Putting in place funding prior to an event is quite tough. Economically, it's always the right thing to do, but practically it can be difficult. And I think, coming back to your point, kind of education, both within government and within society, needs to be established. And we need to find ways of keeping that insurance premium down. And I think pooling, which we'll talk about later, is one mechanism to do that.
I was just going to say, I agree with Dave, and I think it's important. This awareness is indispensable. Of course, there is some amount of turnover on the side of policymakers, so it's not a one-time exercise. And I think this is what we as an industry need to embrace as well. We cannot take it for granted because the pressures are very real, particularly in the context of democracies and electoral processes, and sometimes those are being fought on the basis of arguments that are not entirely perhaps robust intellectually, but nevertheless they resonate with people. And so this particular one of well, buying something, spending money and seeing no return on it immediately is a waste of public resources, unfortunately, is not unique to any one country. We hear it time and time again. But maybe what we can do is publicize these cases where insurance did pay in a way that otherwise wasn't going to be the case. And thankfully, say within the context of ASEAN, there's good comparability that you can leverage.
Yeah, no, thanks, Lubo, and I think that's absolutely right. No, I'd be quite keen to try to draw Laos into the conversation, because one of the things that's so interesting for me is that we've seen some of the efforts that have been taking place with trying to get SEDRIF up and running. How did this conversation work within the Ministry of Finance? How did that risk awareness come around, and that sort of critical mass necessary within the ministry to say, this is a good investment. We need to be thinking about how we're going to provide in the case of flooding in Laos. How did you build that sort of critical mass within the ministry? I'm going to bring a microphone over. Oh. No, you don't want to. It's all right. You don't have to share. But I do think it's it's clearly all right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. My name is Somsai. I'm from Ministry of Finance of Lao PDR, and also the focal point for the CDF for Lao PDR also. The CDF that Lao had buy that we have bought for the this one is the trial one. It will be the two part for the insurance itself. One is the parametric one, and one is the finance. For the parametric, as you may be aware that the parametric is the itself is we have trigger point for to claim for the payout. Since this one is the trial, and when we buy it, and then we disseminate information and kind of condition or criteria for the trigger to the local authority, and then they feel that some trigger point is a bit high in comparison with Lao geography and the situations. So that and also the experience between among us as the insurer and the insurer itself, we still young, and then we have to learn together. I would say that as of now, the communication and things getting better from time to time as we frequently sharing our experience on that. But yeah, I think there is some room for improvement on the CDF product itself, on also the criteria to make it suitable for maybe, as you know, that the geography of ASEAN country might be different, so that the trigger might be maybe some specific to the local context. Yeah, and this would be my initial sharing on the CDF. Thank you.
No, thank you so much. Hate to put pressure on people, but no, I think it's important to share. Yeah. Luo? Any other questions, comments? I recognize that we've run up against the end of our hour, but it has been a very sort of rich conversation. But I don't want to preemptively discourage any additional voices from coming out at this point. Seeing everyone look away from me. Don't worry, I'm not going to keep doing that. But that's great. Thank you so much, Lubo, for the excellent presentation. I think it's been, yeah, as I said, very rich. I think, you know, we've got a couple of big challenges facing us. I was talking to colleagues from Indonesia, and they had remarked about there's a lot of homework that we need to be doing. And it's clear that, you know, we have to, think about, you know, capabilities. Capabilities is a big challenge, both in terms of the analytic capabilities, you know, the human resources that are necessary, the sort of infrastructure that's necessary for actually developing and building, you know, a much richer understanding of the risks that we face, both at a sort of macro and meso level, but also how they manifest at a micro level. Because ultimately, you know, when we think about the costs of disasters, we can think about, of course, you know, the costs that are associated with the impact on a balance sheet for a government or for an insurance company or for another institution. But ultimately, we really are dealing with individuals and the risks that individuals are facing as they try to make their way in life. And so deepening those capabilities is critically important. The second thing, you know, it's clear that we live in an evolving space. We're living in an evolving space because, of course, there's trends that are continuing that are going to have impacts that we could only hope to predict. But climate change is, you know, it's so significant. But I don't think any of us know 10 years down the road what it's going to look like in terms of how physical climate-related risks are manifesting within the region. Secondly, even though we're talking about physical risks, trends occurring that are seemingly unrelated, inflation, geopolitical, ultimately do have an impact on how we think about the risks that we're exposed to. And so we have to be attuned to the evolving sort of nature of the risks that we face within the region and understand that it exists within a broader and even, unfortunately, more complex global environment. And the last thing that I would say is that as a takeaway for me, you know, when we talk about the capabilities of the insurance industry, there is, of course, the industry as risk managers, providing risk transfer. But prevention is going to remain critical. Mitigation is going to be very important, but ultimately we're entering into an environment where adaptation, unfortunately, is even more important. And the insurance industry and the capabilities, particularly within the reinsurance community, but also I would say, you know, broadly across the sector, there really is expertise and capabilities to work with governments and public institutions to help better understand the risks that they face, how they can effectively reduce, or at least maybe take some steps that will help to mitigate and adapt to the risks that they face. And I think this is another important value add the insurance industry can bring. So thank you so much. Any final thoughts?
No, just to say thank you everyone for your attention, and I want to just go back to what was said from our colleagues from Laos. I think the solutions will need to be hopefully leveraging global practice, but adapting it to local conditions. So Anna and I will be here for the remainder of the conference, and we very much hope we'll be able to have some conversations with the rest of you around the specific challenges you face. Thank you. Thank you to you, Connor, as well.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lubo, and I really do appreciate you being here. So thank you. So next, I'm going to invite Craig Thorburn up to the stage. Thankfully, I didn't butcher his last name as badly as I butchered yours, Lubo. But Craig has joined GIP after a long and distinguished career within the World Bank, but prior to that, also working within the insurance industry and within public institutions within Australia. I think Craig's reputation in many forums precedes him, but we're very fortunate that as he transitioned out of the World Bank, we were able to bring him on board GIP as an expert to help us in terms of the work that we're doing. And with that introduction, I turn it over to Craig.
Thank you, Connor. Yes. So I also am one of those spent 20 years at the World Bank people, and have just transitioned out of the bank and got involved with Connor and the GAIP, which is a really exciting, I think, tripartite collaboration with a lot of potential. So it's great to be here. I also I'm aware that we have sort of like half an hour before lunch. So what I had proposed to do was to go through a few things that perhaps reinforce a little bit about what we've already talked about, and to raise some questions, partly recognizing that many people in the room will have already had plenty of experience in this space, but also as was mentioned before, you know, to make things move forward in this area, we need to have champions. And even if we might be the champion in a particular issue in our country, we have to bring other people along with us. So I thought, well, one of the things that's useful to do that is to give some thought to the kinds of questions that people have in their mind that if they don't get some kind of answer, nobody goes anywhere. Sort of the questions that absent answers, you end up with some kind of paralysis. Or alternatively, looking at it positively, that with some views of these kinds of issues, we can move forward. So I have a small number of slides which are aimed to do that, and to sort of prompt the conversation as we move forward through the conference. And someone will work out. It will work. There we go. Hopefully that's it. Yes, it did work. Okay. So the first slide really is to raise the issue about, you know, what motivates people to do these sorts of things. And it's interesting that that in the literature and the examples, there's a sort of subset of motivating issues. And it's likely that the stakeholder that you're trying to talk to will be motivated by one or other of these, perhaps exclusively so. One of the things that perhaps gets a reasonable amount of attention and was mentioned in the previous presentation as well is the desire to sort of close the fiscal gap, meaning that when the adverse event occurs, it creates a direct problem for the revenue of the government, and the calls on the government to make payments creates a deficit issue. So people will say, well, look, we want to be able to address that issue. And we'll talk a little bit more about the fiscal gap in a little while. But essentially, I think it was a helpful slide in the last presentation talking about the kinds of payments that governments tend to make in this context. And the box in particular had about 4 things, not just the one to deal with public sector assets, but remembering also that at the same time, we're dealing with things like actually responding to the disaster itself. We're dealing with things like helping people who've been affected by the disaster with sort of social benefit type payments. We're dealing with longer term reconstruction objectives, and we're dealing with the impact on the economy and the indirect impacts that would have. So there's a multitude of those things that affect the government revenue and the government's financial position. The second one is what might be described as the protection gap, in terms of that sort of global protection gap that's considered in a sort of economic sense. And this is actually really closely related to the fiscal gap that the government endures, because if the whole economy has a gap, then part of that fiscal funding that the government's expected to make is to fill that gap. So if you imagine, hypothetically, a situation where the broader economy and the private sector has as much insurance as it's ever going to need, then the whole need to make social payments disappears. So the fiscal gap reduces. Or if you look at it the other way, the government is paying for that private sector insurance shortfall anyway. And so that points to one thing, which is that if you're going to somehow reduce the fiscal gap, one part of that is to actually increase insurance penetration in the private sector. That's a process that can be longer or shorter, but nevertheless, there's a whole lot of players in government affected by that. So the third area comes to interest in resilience, which is a very popular topic now. And I think post-COVID, the word resilience has taken on a whole new meaning. It used to be about sort of disaster recovery. Now resilience is about transformation to be able to continue through adverse events, potentially coming out the other side looking totally different. So it's not just a matter of putting back together what we had before, it's a matter about how we rearrange and reconstruct. So resilience has become very important and is attached to things like the SDGs and such as well. So it motivates a lot of stakeholders. So in that context, these are the different sorts of things that people will be thinking about. And it could well be that one or other of your stakeholders is going to be most motivated by one or other of those things. I mean, it was mentioned, for example, ministers of finance are very motivated by the financing, the fiscal gap. I've put some boxes along the bottom as well, which are kind of interesting questions and challenges in this space. We've talked a little bit about them already. The first one really is the whole issue of the adverse events, and the conversation we had before, for example, of countries where even natural perils themselves, you don't just have one kind of natural peril in your country, you have all sorts of ones. It can become a question of, so what should we do? Focus on one to start, or, what happens if we get a nice thing functioning for that and then the other event occurs and we haven't got any coverage at all? People say, well, what was the point of that? So I think that's one challenge. What sort of events and how are they playing out? And then on top of that, how they are becoming much more significant, much more frequent, much more problematic, and having a lot more sort of compounding effects of those events. It does raise the question about the extent to which we can actually respond to these things that are becoming sort of much more difficult to even to ensure in that sense. So how we deal with the capacity question. I think the second box talks about this fiscal funding gap in particular, and I should just mention the different sorts of things. One of the things you will notice in that box, though, is even if we improve a lot of things, we're still going to be on the hook for the infrastructure risk until we address that. And we're still going to be on the hook for the disaster response. We can make some preparedness plans, but nevertheless, there's a financing cost attached to that. The third box deals with a different question, which is really about when you need the money. And I think a lot of thinking about disaster recovery thinks about this more so. But when you just simply come at it from the point of view of, well, here we've got this gap, the question is, which money do we need when? And some of that money you actually need quite quickly, or preferably quite quickly. And getting a solution that's going to deliver that is going to be really important. So I'll talk a bit more about that on the next slide, but I think being able to look at those three sort of timeframes about what's necessary to respond to the event straight away, what's necessary to get early recovery things to work, and then ultimately the reconstruction solution at the end. And that therefore leads to different possible sources of funding and sources of solutions to that. And we did see some of those in the previous presentation. I'll talk a little bit more about those in a minute. But obviously some solutions are going to be better for some areas than others. And that raises the question about how you decide to get the sort of optimal blend of those things. So let's just go a little bit deeper into a couple of those topics. First of all, I've actually gone too far. Maybe I've been going the wrong way altogether. Okay. Okay, now I think I've worked out I've got an up and a down arrow here, which doesn't, for an actuary, that's really kind of difficult to go forwards and backwards as up and down. I'm kind of struggling with two dimensions, which is kind of weird. Okay, so first of all, on the fiscal funding gap issue, as I said, infrastructure is kind of the fixed part of this, but it doesn't mean that the other parts aren't there. So if, for example, a substantial amount of your disaster response is actually going towards the immediate response and the possibility of quite rapid social payout type interventions, those things are almost certainly going to be much more popular and politically important than government infrastructure. So so that's going to be quite an issue. There is just a competition between the different kinds of financing. The traditional sources of financing are shown there, and I think they're very similar to the list that you had, Lubo. What I've put there, though, is just a couple of elaborations on those. So the ex post funding elements. The interesting thing about that is that if you look at different countries and in terms of their experience after disasters, it does tend to be the case that most of these sort of ex post funding ones listed here in terms of donor financing, credit and such are predominantly the funding sources in lower and middle income countries. And one of the reasons for that is because the insurance industry in the broader economy is less well developed, so it's not playing as much of a role. But also there is a donor financing component that is there. I mentioned, as Connor mentioned, I had mentioned to him a while ago that in some cases countries even know which donors they expect will be making contributions and why. But it's not as reliable as all of that because it's not really sort of contracted for a start. And secondly, there has been some research done now looking at the experience of countries over the longer term with those donors. And the reality is that although it may not appear so at the time, there's a reasonable amount of what we might call substitution in the donor contributions. So you might have projects that are there to do things in the longer run. What you're essentially doing is getting disaster financing by way of donor funding at that point, but then the funding for the ongoing projects becomes much more problematic. So in other words, the donor's perspective is, well, we gave you this money for this, so maybe we won't do that next year for that other project. So it's not free in that sense, and actually in the longer run can be quite costly. The second thing I would say just on the credit question is that there was a comment made earlier about the possibility that credit fiscal sort of caps are coming into place. It's difficult increasingly to look to lending as a viable solution. One of the other issues is that you have to sort of take into account that the disaster itself is totally unhelpful when it comes to deciding that this is a good time to go to the market, because the impact of the disaster is not just in terms of money, it's actually in terms of quite negative hit to GDP. So if you have a situation where for whatever reason you have a negative hit to GDP, then your ability to borrow funds is going to become more problematic and certainly more expensive. So this is kind of a plan that says, if we're going to rely on credit as part of our financing, we're actually planning to borrow money when it's going to be the most expensive for us to do so, which basically is not a great strategy in a way. So the ex-ante options, we've talked a bit about reserve funding, which obviously is limited but possible and really useful for short-term things, but expensive. So if you have the 10-year nothing happens case, it's very hard to explain to people why we had this money sitting around for no use when we're trying to build schools and all sorts of other good things. It does also raise the question then that perhaps there are other sources in insurance, and one that we didn't mention quite so much was the emerging amount of contingent lending from the multilateral development banks. So in other words, you can get finance that you don't actually draw on, but it's contingent. All of those things are going to, at the end of the day, be cheaper, more effective and more efficient at actually getting the money in one of those 3 time zones that you needed than the ex post. Just make a point at the end of this slide that if things are well planned and they work well, it can be advantageous. One of our colleagues around about, I think 10 years ago, did a study which I was the peer reviewer for, and it compared 2 earthquakes. One earthquake in Christchurch in New Zealand, and another one that occurred at about the same time, the same depth, the same on the Richter scale, everything else in Haiti. And the impact on GDP in Haiti was much more significant and much more long-lived. And the impact on GDP in New Zealand was positive, which is kind of a bit inconvenient to explain, but because it's not as though people in New Zealand wished that another earthquake would come along to boost their economy. But it was positive because they were able to very quickly start reconstruction. And in a sense, the ideal world that we want to find ourselves in is one where the effect of the adverse event is not compounded by our inability to get things running again. And I think this is an important issue on the public infrastructure front. It's one thing to have the typhoon occur. It's quite another thing as to how long it might take to get the port open or to get the critical infrastructure of transport functioning sufficiently so that we can start actually making a difference. The longer we leave it, the more the pain is, the more we are compounding this negative GDP impact. And I think that Haiti example and the New Zealand example sort of very, very stark contrasts on not just the difference of having a financial response, but also being able to do that quickly enough to get things under control. So I haven't learned my lesson. So I have some key steps on this slide which might be helpful. One of the, I think, critical observations is that sometimes we've talked about all these different possible solutions. Something more holistic might actually be a good idea. Instead of just thinking, okay, we've got this one piece of the puzzle, let's address that. Also, if we can address it in the context of everything else, that would be helpful. So the issue of the insurance premium, for example, is easier to deal with if we're talking about the issue of the total cost of disaster planning and everything else. And therefore, this is just part of the way we meet that. And what's more, doing it this way is more cost effective than the alternative. You know, the question really becomes, why do I want to pay this insurance premium as against put a large amount of money in my disaster reserve fund? And almost everybody says, well, that's a waste of time putting it in the disaster reserve fund when we can have the contingent approach. So those things are important. On the infrastructure, I think it's also really helpful to try and get a better handle as much as possible on not just which infrastructure you need to cover, but what you need to do to keep it running. So we often think about things like bridges falling down and stuff like that. We don't always think about what this interim solution might be before we get the bridge reconstructed altogether. You know, it may be a matter of days that we do need to be able to get across the river, for example. So some of those things will be shorter term, some of them will be longer term. And integrating with the disaster recovery plan, just exactly what you're going to be needing to do will help you to know how much of your infrastructure protection needs to be short term, as in recovery oriented versus reconstruction oriented in the longer term. And that will be different for different things. And the last point I just want to make off this, on these points for our thinking, is some comments on some of the ex-ante financing examples. As I said, the budget contingencies are sort of costly, but can give us an immediate thing. So there's always going to be a role for that as to some extent. I would make an observation about parametric triggers because we haven't really talked about insurance in whichever form, but there are some good examples around the region of thinking about parametric solutions. The obvious argument for parametric solutions generally, one of the obvious arguments at least, is that it can be much faster to deal with the financing payment than anything else. So therefore, it can be very, very useful in playing a role in that more short-term financing situation. So even with an insurance program, you would expect there would be a blend between parametric solutions and non-parametric solutions. So I think that's important. The contingent finance is another issue. I touched on it before, but it can be useful for countries that have access to multilateral development bank financing. We have seen on the contingent on the parametric case, there are good examples in the region and elsewhere of governments actually issuing bonds directly, catastrophe type bonds to the market, as well as the option where they do that through the insurance industry and possibly through a public-private partnership, which we'll talk a little bit more about after lunch. But I just mentioned that too, because the public-private partnership has an interesting role, and the regional examples, we've seen some of this already. We talked a little bit before about how risks are becoming more complex. One of the things a public-private partnership can do is crowd in that relationship with the rest of the insurance market in a way that's difficult for the government to do directly. So the government can have procurement rules and all sorts of other things, and the insurance industry is looking for long-term relationships. And governments are not always long-term in terms of their relationships and quite transactional in terms of their placing of particular things. So the public-private partnership advantage in the middle is that they can build up and maintain that long-term relationship with the insurance sector, which maybe individual governments have trouble doing. So that's one thing that we might touch on as we hear from others. And the second one I wanted to just mention is that it can also crowd in coverage by households and enterprises and such within the economy. So when we talked before about how the financing gap and the protection gap in the country needs to be reduced, we're facing this problem of the risk sort of ever increasing and compounding with climate change and such. So that's going up. What can we possibly do to get the insurance penetration to go up? One of those things that we could do, perhaps to get some more step change than just waiting for organic growth, is to look to some public-private partnerships to help us to get risk financing options to add to the domestic insurance sector. So there have been examples where there are good partnerships that have created risk capacity so that the insurance sector can then add that affordably to products for consumers to buy. And in that case, you get, at least for the insured population, a much better coverage of the risks. So that's been, I think, helpful in some places. So it's crowded in the domestic sector, and it's also given sovereigns the opportunity to perhaps access markets that they've not necessarily been easily able to do in the past. So they were my thoughts on this. We're at lunchtime already.
No, indeed, we are at lunch. First, just let me say a big thank you to Craig. I think some really interesting points to leave us with before we head out to lunch and reflect on a little bit, particularly ahead of the afternoon sessions, where I think we'll dive into some of these topics in a bit more depth. But I don't want to leave the room. Don't worry, I'm not going to volunteer anyone this time. Without giving people the opportunity, if they have any questions. Oh, yes, we have a question. Thank you.
Hi, thanks. Thanks for sharing. So I take note of your last point where PPP is probably the way for us to go in terms of increasing insurance penetration. But I think the reality for most Southeast Asian countries and probably around the world as well is that there's always conflicting priorities between what the regulators will want to pursue and what politicians want to pursue. So there's this really complex dynamic happening. So so under the assumption that we are unable to get any public support from the government at this juncture, given competing priorities, just wanted to tap into your views on what can the private sector reasonably do in terms of providing protection to households or even businesses, while the regulators are doing concurrent jobs in pursuing advocacy with the governments. Because we can't, so I mean, if we could be very frank, the entire process is very long and very challenging. So what can the regulators and the private sector do in the interim to make, you know, probably put just, for lack of better words, band-aids until we have a more permanent solution to pursue?
Yeah, I think, I mean, the whole question of sort of more inclusive insurance markets is a long one we could have several conferences all about. One of the big challenges I think we face from not just the policymaker point of view, but also the industry point of view, is that, you know, there are competing priorities and there are competing sort of natural reactions to adverse circumstances. And so if we look at some of the recent experience in terms of, say, the immediate response post-COVID, what worries me, if we take, say, the business interruption example as being one in particular, there was an immediate reaction that said that business interruption isn't what we were covering. And then there was a series of efforts made to try and clarify the situation. And there's been more efforts made on the part of the industry to make sure that their policy wordings are a better reflection of what they really meant and things like that. So what that has done is we've seen in the general public a large number of people stand up and say, we really want this insurance. And we've seen the insurance industry stand up and say, we're really not going to sell you this insurance. Now, this is probably the first industry ever. If everybody stood up and said, we really want to buy chocolate bars, the chocolate bar industry would be making more chocolate bars. But here we've succeeded in widening the protection gap by avoiding providing protection. And so I think, left to our natural devices, the industry is really quite conservative about moving forward on covering risk, and the risks are getting more problematic. So how do we find a solution? Because otherwise that solution does fall to the social protection gap part of the government. Now, I don't think the government wants that to happen. Nobody wants to say we are going to be the insurer of last resort and just allow the insurance industry to walk away from providing insurance. That's not where we want to see the world go. So we really have to convene and advocate in ways that gets everybody going in the same direction. And I think the industry has to work with the policy-making authorities as part of this advocacy with politicians, because they have a role to play. Quite often the industry sees the insurance regulator as the person who can make a difference. And unfortunately, the insurance regulator is there to regulate. They're not really they're not given an empowered position to develop the insurance market in total. Most of them have that job as a side issue given to them, so long as nobody goes insolvent. That's kind of like the secondary task, and they get very few resources to do anything about it, and the number of people involved in doing it are limited, and their scope to influence the things are not unlimited either. So the industry seems to think, well, so long as I tell them about, taxes on insurance policies or something like that, they can fix it up with the revenue people. Well, it doesn't work like that. So I think we really have to get together a lot more. Now, one of the things I like to suggest is to try and get champions from the industry to be as visible and dedicated to the task as they expect you to be. It's a partnership at the end of the day. And, we all have to kind of get in the boat and start rowing, is how I would see it. And that can be done not just by having meetings with people, but by actually doing things locally, like have events with people. Go and talk to the media, go and talk to the politicians, go and talk to other people in public to make sure that the issue gets on the forefront. And you can get lots of people to help you with this, like other experts around who would be happy to talk about it, to add credibility to what you're saying. But without the industry joining in, they really can't sit on the sideline and let you do all the work and then join in at the end once the solution's done. That's not really fair. They have to step up. So just as we said before, we have to have an advocate. We really need to make sure we've got more than one, and they need to be part of it. So I think in all countries, the industry is at different places like that, but finding at least one or two champions to partner with you in a very active way is critical.
No, thanks, Greg. Any additional questions? One thing I just wanted to add, it is interesting when we think about the fact that, often we acknowledge that there is a public sector and a private sector, but as a colleague just pointed out, sometimes within that public sector, the lenses can be slightly different, and it is also, as a result, a bit of a challenge in terms of that internal set of processes that work with a variety of different stakeholders within the public sector, where the Ministry of Finance could have particular views, other ministries, particularly if there are ones that have mandates as it relates to natural disasters or dealing with emergencies, they can have another perspective. And then you can have a regulator who, ultimately, I think at the end of the day, the core mandates of regulators are policyholder protection, financial stability, and in some cases, market development, which can have a very different perspective. And then, potentially you have the central bank, which again, another very different perspective, and trying to think about how the insurance industry can effectively work with the different public sector stakeholders to navigate that very complex environment, to try to work towards solutions. I think, as Craig pointed out, it's remarkably challenging, but it is important that the insurance sector come to the table and be an active participant in the conversations, but there actually be people and individuals within these different public institutions who are really equipped to be able to act as those stewards and champions and bringing and advancing the conversations around better risk management and different risk transfer solutions that exist. So we are now a few minutes late heading out towards lunch. Now, I just wanted to highlight two things. So one, lunch is where people would have had breakfast today, which hopefully makes it easy. You can see next to cafe, which I think is a funny way of saying next to here, but it's not too far away. And we're going to reconvene in about, let's say, an hour and 15 minutes. Hopefully that's enough time for people to grab a bite to eat, do whatever they might need to do outside of the meeting, because the afternoon is going to be a very rich series of discussions that dive, as I said, a little bit deeper into the conversations that we've been having this morning. It's not our last opportunity to hear from Craig, but I just wanted to say thank you for that. Look forward to hearing from you again this afternoon, as well as our other speakers. And last thing, for those of you participants who are ADBI supported participants in the meeting, please go and see Pichaya, who has some important documents for you to sign and some important envelopes for you to take off her hands. So thank you, everyone. Look forward to seeing you at 2 o'clock.
Oh, no need.
Hello, everybody. Perfect. Well, good news. We're back. Bad news is that I've got an echo. So you have to hear me twice as much. So I hope everyone had a good lunch. I hope that they're sufficiently well energized for an afternoon set of discussions that, as I said this morning, we'll get into with a bit more depth some of the broad themes that we were talking about this morning. So our first presenter, he's joining us online. And just so people are aware, that means that we'll see his slides. And then up at the very top in that little tiny box is where we will see Rodolfo. With that, Rodolfo, maybe you want to take just a quick moment to introduce yourself before getting into the slides.
Of course, thank you very much. That's very, very exciting to be part of this workshop, even though remotely. Unfortunately, I am in Qatar watching the soccer games, so that's very sad. But I didn't want to miss the opportunity to share with you part of our work we've been doing with ADB over now 4 years, 6 years, something like that. And looking at the different countries and how they finance disasters. A bit background on myself. I work first at the university in Hamburg, lecturing on some modeling, disaster risk assessments. as well. At that time, that was very exciting. Then I worked many years in large reinsurance companies like Munich Re, Swiss Re, at that time, Cologne Re, that was a nice company. Then in the private sector insurance companies, Aegon from Holland. And finally, I found my way to the World Bank, where I met our good friend, Craig Thurban, that I'm very happy to see him. It's been a long time. After, I think, two and a half years at the World Bank, I moved to the IMF, where I spent another 4 years before becoming independent consultant. The reason was very simple. IMF does the large countries and the World Bank, the developing economies. And I really have a heart for both of them. So that was the best decision I made. And ADB gave me a lot of contracts, and I was very happy to support this region. That's so much about myself. Let's move into the topic. Next slide, please. I don't see. Oh, there we go. Okay, today we're going to be talking not so much about the disaster risk financing instruments, but about something very important, which is the conditions under which those instruments can be effective and efficient. That is actually the topic of the technical assistance that we have been doing with ADB over it's going to be in total 7 countries, which 4 of them have been published already. That's why I will be able to share some of the results. That was Fiji, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, and what's the last one? And Nepal. In the second round of this technical assistance, we're looking at the Philippines, Cambodia, Kyrgyzstan, and Pakistan, but now on the pandemic side. You see, when we started doing this work, pandemic was never considered to be a disaster that needed special attention for financing the implications of that. But as we all know, this has been a serious matter, and it's totally different in the way it impacts a country and economy. Basically, with the duration, if it's a longer event, it begins to be worse and worse, impacting many areas, not surprisingly enough, not only the health sector, but the economy as a whole. So that's why we look at, what do you need to have there in order to cope with these disasters? Next slide, please. Now, very similar to anybody that manages risk, and we all manage risk, there are 2 types of instruments. Those where you retain the risk, and those where you transfer the risk to a party that can take that risk. In the case of disasters, they're usually insurance, capital markets, and I say individuals, but basically these are institutions. Risk retention, on the other hand, is what usually the government does. If they have enough funds, they can put reserves along. And there are some instruments that allow to retain more risk. You see, when you retain risk, the problem is that sometimes you don't know the impact and frequency of those risks that you are retaining, and then you might have big surprises. So very critical when you use risk retention instruments is to know what is at stake, basically. And then you decide how to deal with that. And of course, we will see that risk retention can be very, very, the most efficient way to manage disaster risk financing. But a prerequisite for that is to have sufficient knowledge about the risk you're retaining and sufficient funds to deal with that, or instruments like contingent financing and the ability to reallocate budget in an effective way, not taking several months to do that, and so on. Next slide, please. So let's focus a bit on the risk retention instruments. The way we assess the enabling environment that makes these risk retention instruments effective starts with, first you read, you analyze, you get information from the internet, but most importantly, we share a questionnaire that has been developed by the World Bank and ADB jointly, initially for, physical hazards, but we have complemented this during this technical assistance work to include pandemics. So now that questionnaire has been enhanced, that will contain the pertinent questions about how to finance also pandemics and epidemics. Okay. After we get responses from the government, ministries, local governments, as well as the federal, of course, we complement this knowledge that we gain by using mission interviews. In the last years, the missions have been virtual, but now we're going back into face-to-face. And with these discussions, you get a good picture of what is available and how it works. We will see in a second how we use this information. Next slide, please. When we're looking at disaster risk transfer instruments, we're talking about, the ability to transfer disaster risk to reinsurance, insurance, and capital markets. And the way we assess this environment is using the tool that we want to present now. Next slide, please. So the diagnostic tool has been developed during this DA using the W&W framework. And under this framework, you look at 6 axes that are very relevant for the enabling environment for insurance, and capital markets. Let me share with you what these 6 axes are. Next slide, please. The first one is about government policy in relation to insurance, and capital market solutions. Here we look at, is the government encouraging mandatory insurance for disaster risk protection? Or are they working towards removing market deficiencies or gaps by creating, say, pools or some other type of instruments to retain risk, to transfer risk to a third party? Next is the social protection. Oh, sorry, not next slide. Next axis. This is social protection. Here, what we try to assess is how well is the social protection working hand in hand with the private sector. Are they optimizing the efficiency of this working together, or are they crowding? The social protection might be crowding out any private initiative that could be useful for that. The next axis is about unlicensed competition. You see, in many countries, especially in developing economies, and there is a lot of offshore activity, sometimes very bold. They just open, they even announce that they're going to be on the country. But there are a lot of this unlicensed competition from outside and internally as well. By internally, I mean they are providing insurance, but they are not regulated at all. And that's a dangerous thing, we believe, because in case of a disaster, all the promises that they might have made will not be fulfilled because probably they don't have capital, they don't have reinsurance and things like that. So we look into that to maintain a sustainable environment for disaster risk to be transferred. Next slide now, please. Talking about the next 3 axes, the first one is economic conditions. Of course, the first one is if you don't have much to protect, and you're competing with protection for something that might happen and your daily life, of course, you will not buy insurance, but we're talking about, not only about the economic conditions, but also about other functions, support functions, like data availability. You know that you need data in order to transfer efficiently the risks. If you don't have that, that's a big problem. Then you also need financial sector specialized courts. You need professionals, risk insurance, actuaries, and the like, in order to have, a proper opportunity to transfer disaster risk, either to insurance, and capital markets. So the next one is about credibility in the credibility of the providers of this risk transfer. So if you don't trust insurance, which in many countries unfortunately is the case, then you prefer to retain the risk. Even if you have a mandatory insurance ordered by the government, people will find a way to avoid complying with that requirement. Why? Because probably the credibility on the insurance sector is not very high in those cases. But it's not only the providers, you also have to have the credibility in the distribution channels, claims handling, loss adjusters, brokers, and for the capital markets, the transaction platforms and so on. Here, the main player, there are two main players, of course, the providers, but also the commission, insurance commission or regulator. That's a big job that they have in order to enhance credibility in the sector. And we're talking not only insurance commission, but also capital markets commission or regulator. Finally, we have the last axis, which is product appeal or product affordability, availability. Here, of course, you need the right products. And right, it means it has to be developed considering the environment, the preferences of the people and the like, and distribution channels, of course. So these are the 6 axes: government, social protection, interacting with the private sector, unlicensed competition that could create a big problem later in case of a disaster, the economic conditions and support functions, credibility in the providers of risk transfer instruments, and the products that are made available to the country. Next slide, please. Now, how do we proceed with this? The first step is, of course, getting information on the country conditions and that. And with that, we elaborate a diagnostic tool that contains the ideal enabling conditions for the development of these risk transfer instruments. What are they? I was mentioning some of them when reviewing the access, the importance of the access, like mandatory insurance, creation of pools, data availability, credibility in the sector, proper functioning of the social security supported by the private sector, and the products that must be, tailor-made to the country needs. You don't want to cover something that probably will happen every 1,000 years, because that will have a opportunity cost. For those cases, using the famous risk layer approach, you probably will have to rely on support from development partners for those extreme events. So once we have set up the ideal environment, taking into consideration idiosyncratic aspects, political, religion preference, and of course, international best practice, and depending on the team of experts, consultants that are working in this exercise, you incorporate their own experience. Next slide, please. Once you have defined Once you have defined the ideal environment, what usually happens is that you immediately realize by talking to some of the stakeholders that this realistic environment is impossible to be reached. Therefore, you lower your expectations, you remove some of the ideal conditions to create the realistic enabling environment. That's something that the country can, if sufficient measures are taken, reach. You don't want to have a, too ambitious enabling environment that will never be able to be reached, because that disencourages to take the right measures. So then you have created the realistic enabling environment. And the next step, of course, is to look at where is the country standing. Next slide, please. Where is the country standing with respect to this realistic enabling environment? So what we have is a series of questions that describe this realistic enabling environment. We share those questions with as many stakeholders as possible. It can be from the private sector, government, consultant firms, brokers, insurance companies, of course, and the like. And based on these responses, some of them are, of course, contradictory, but you gain a very nice overview of what is happening in the country. Now, after that, of course, you have to have informed discussions with the counterparties, discuss, what they see. Very often, they don't put in writing what is really happening, but during the discussions, you gain a lot of knowledge of what is the issue with something. For instance, if it's mandatory insurance to protect against earthquake and only 10% of the people are buying, what's happening? Why is this so? Is that a credibility? Is that distribution? Is the product insufficient? Do they have enough social protection that they don't need that? So basically the government will rebuild that anyway. These are the things that are not put in writing, but during the discussion, you get a sense of that. Now, in order to get candid answers, none of this is disclosed with the source. It's just a general finding that we write. Now, once we get the idea of what's happening, we compare this situation with the realistic enabling environment conditions. And thus, we identify gaps or areas of development, And based on that, the next step, of course, is to provide these recommendations to bridge those gaps, to remove them, or to enhance the enabling environment by, acting on those actions. And the recommendations follow a next step, which is, first they are prepared based on the information we have received. But the second step is in another mission, you discuss these recommendations with the key stakeholders to make sure that these recommendations can be implemented and are a priority for the government, for the economy, for the country. And only then we set the final recommendations. And that has proven to be a very good strategy, because the 4 countries that we have already assessed have introduced measures to remove those impediments that were identified. Basically, they have implemented either on their own or with the help of other development partners or even the ADB. So that was a successful strategy, and we intend to replicate that in the next 3 countries that we're looking at now. Next slide, please. Now, sorry for this, the text in the center is not necessary. So we will share with you now some of the results for the 4 countries that we have done. Next slide, please. So we're talking about Pakistan, Nepal, Sri Lanka, and Fiji, a variety of countries, different environment, different risks, different social and economic conditions. And the way we present the results, here you can see the enabling environment and the ideal environment in this case are the same, represented by the, in this case, brown external line. And now you have the green area, which means there is no need for action. The yellow line means there is need for action. And the red, if something is in the red, like in this case, the economic conditions or unlicensed competition and product attractiveness, there is a need for, there is urgent need for actions. That doesn't mean that the actions have to be urgent, but there is an important need to deal with that in order to enhance the effectiveness and complement, in some cases, the existing disaster risk financing instruments. Okay, next slide. That was Sri Lanka. Pakistan, you can see a different picture here. Oops, one behind, please. On Pakistan, you can see a different picture here. Different areas are important. What is very relevant to understand is that this is never a comparison between countries, because the scale doesn't mean, we have not calibrated the scale to compare countries. This is just for internal use. And I'm sharing this because there are publications, and I will share with you the links so that you can read the whole background on these assessments. Next slide, please. The next one has a difference between the realistic and the enabling environment. The enabling environment is always the external curve, the 10 points. And here you see a dark shadow line, especially unlicensed competition. Here, the case is very simple. It's very difficult for Fiji, which is a small economy, to create, to host or to domicile large enough insurance companies to take on the risk that to which Fiji is exposed. That's why we reduce the expectations on unlicensed competition. That's one example where the realistic and enabling and ideal environment are different. So these 4 slides just show you, that there are different needs. Some of them are similar, and that's what we're gonna be sharing in the next slides. Next slide, please. Oh, okay. Here we have also Nepal, and you must bear in mind that this work has been done, has been concluded maybe 3 years ago. So things have changed, as I mentioned. Actions have been taken. So probably if we would do the assessment today, the yellow curve will be enhanced, going further to the sides, and some of the issues have been resolved. But of course, some others have continued or have worsened. With climate change, you have more exposure to climate risk, and hence maybe you need to improve the speed at which you react to financing disasters. You might need additional instruments and so on. But let's go into some of the recommendations or findings that we have provided in the last years. Next slide, please. Okay. Most of these recommendations apply to all these 4 countries. At that time, think about 3 years ago, 4 years ago, okay? So the first one is about, related to the fact that if you want to retain the risk or decide on how to manage a disaster risk, you really need to understand the exposure, the frequency, vulnerability, and so on. And for that, one of the key recommendations that we always provide, or we have provided in this context, was the development of comprehensive disaster risk models, a mapping of the exposure with sufficient granularity detail in order to be able to have a sound disaster risk financing strategy. And based on this, we have seen development in most of those countries, and also a very important work done by the ADB that I'm sure Thomas Kessler will be talking about, the development of some models for the regional models. What is interesting to see is that now climate change modeling is being incorporated in some of these models. I must say there is a lot of challenge still existing in this area because climate risk modeling doesn't have the details that are necessary in order to have an effective assessment of the real disaster risk exposure. Now, that's number one, and difficult, costly. That's why, I think regional solutions are great. World Bank, I know it's also working on that, has a lot of modeling. What is important also in this context is not to rely only on one model, because models of disaster risk are always to be updated after every event, and everybody has a different view. It's just a model. So for governments, we always encourage them to have first their own, and second, test their own against, other providers. Next recommendation is about insurance pools. Agriculture is highly exposed to disasters, and unfortunately, it's very difficult to transfer that risk efficiently. And one of the key tools in order to do that is the creation of an insurance pool that will have sufficient data, will have sufficient resources, both from human resources, knowledge, as well as technology. And that's a recommendation that is valid for all these countries. Even though they do have agriculture insurance, but it's such a difficult topic, and very costly. On one hand, you have the farmers that are very critical for the economy, but they don't have sufficient money. In many countries, they're very small farms. They cannot afford that. On the other hand, you have high frequency of the events, and that makes it difficult. Agri-tech development can help technology to improve the way you structure. But these are recommendations that we always give in some of the countries. But most important is to create a platform, basically a pool that can take those risks in a professional way. And of course, price it properly. Pricing doesn't mean that you will pass the cost to the farmers, but it just means that you know what is your real cost for the exposure. So the next one is about mandatory insurance to protect residential property. Here, some of the problems we see is that people expect that the government, and the government has done so, rebuild after a disaster. People see the responsibility of the government to rebuild areas that have been affected by an earthquake or a typhoon, things like that. So, that's, and the mechanism to enforce this mandatory disaster risk insurance is critical, as well as the type of benefit that you will provide for that. Next slide, please. The next axis is about social protection. Here, very central is to make sure that working to finance disasters, the government and the private sector work hand in hand. It's very important to encourage the development of the PPPs, private-public partnerships, where you can take advantage of both sides of the government outreach and funds and promises to the people, as well as the effectiveness and probably professionally managed risk transfer solutions. Then the next one is about microinsurance development. And here, of course, Greg and I have been working many, many years on this, and regulation is critical. Because it's an important balance between prudential and development. I mean, you want to make sure that they are sustainable, but you don't want to suffocate them with too many requirements. So you have to basically regulate in a way that they are safe, and at the same time they can develop further. That's what we call smartly regulated microinsurance. Next slide, please. The next slide is about unlicensed competition. You know, I mentioned there are many providers of insurance that is not regulated in the countries. Funeral insurance, hospital providing prepaid plans, and entities like that, cooperatives and the like. And we say, you know, it's good if somebody takes a look from the technical point of view over these entities. You don't want to, you know, disappoint a lot of people that trust on them. And we believe, ADB believes as well, that this is a great way to provide insurance protection. At the same time, you want to make sure that they are protected, these providers, from you know, major disaster events. Then the last one is the access to offshore insurance market. This is, of course, valid if your, you know, or country is not highly developed. And there are areas that need international support, especially if the exposure is huge. And you might want to consider, for instance, we found out that pandemic insurance or reinsurance is probably something that should be provided from outside. But what we're saying here is basically, if there are risks that the country cannot or is not willing or it doesn't make sense to retain, the process to involve offshore insurance market should be done in an efficient manner. Not with risk, not suffocating the domestic market, but at the same time, you know, or making it possible to do that in a transparent, efficient way. Next slide, please. Economic conditions. Of course, the first one is, you know, as the economy level rises, purchase power rises, you will have immediately more need for insurance, and the insurance sector should be working towards that. But here, what is central is to develop customized insurance awareness programs. Even in the UK, there has been, or the US, where they have a lot of insurance, several programs continuously are provided to enhance awareness on disaster insurance. And in many countries where you see disasters every time, that's no surprise, but it's never highlighted the benefit of insurance. If something is paid out, you know, it's not properly advertised. And secondly, it takes so long sometimes to pay that people are disappointed. So on the one hand, you know, you have to understand as a consumer that the insurance company has to pay valid claims, and for that, there is a process for that. But anyway, customized insurance awareness programs is critical. And the last one on economic conditions, here says infrastructure. Basically, what we mean is platforms for, you know, you need, if you want to do index insurance, you need a lot of weather detectors and other instruments that help to reduce the basis risk on this index insurance product. Next slide, please. Credibility. We have seen, you know, there is always shortage in most countries of actuaries, auditors, underwriters, claims adjusters, especially if there is a disaster where many houses have to be assessed. You probably will need to have a strategy to assess, to have access to claim adjusters if you are paying indemnity benefits. And the other important thing is to carry out an FSAP or a self-assessment against the IAIS core principles. This, of course, you know, if you observe all of them, you can advertise in your country, and this will create, you know, enhanced credibility on the insurance sector. You can also do the IOSCO assessment for the capital markets. Then the third point is, in many countries, you have a national reinsurer that is enjoying some mandatory reinsurance sessions. And you can do that, but you have to realize that you're creating systemic risk in the country. And what we're saying here in this recommendation is make sure that you apply a intrusive, more comprehensive, more demanding regulation on those critical entities. Next slide, please. Product availability. You see, it's easier to sell group business or corporate business in many countries. So what we recommend is also to develop retail insurance products. In some, you have to think how the people are suffering in case of a disaster, that the government will not provide sufficient protection or fast protection, financial protection, and develop the corresponding products. Then environmental liability insurance is not available, and that's an area where it should be encouraged to develop products in that to cover that liability. And of course, explore opportunities. Sometimes the capital market is very small, so you cannot use in your country, but there are other options. There might be some regional initiatives. World Bank, IMF also develop those products. So be aware that those instruments are also available and could be a nice complement to what you need. Next slide, please. And here are the references of these 4 publications that we have done, as well as a publication on the tool with some glossary. This tool at this stage is being enhanced to include pandemics. So if you look at that, don't be surprised to find at this stage just physical hazards and how to finance those. But we have a version that is coming soon that will include pandemics. With that, I have finished my presentation, and I'm very happy to entertain any questions you may have. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much, Rodolfo. It was clearly a very rich and well-structured presentation. And I think a lot for participants to digest and think through. Now, we started a couple of minutes late, so I don't want to take any time away from the audience if there is indeed any questions. Just remember, it's very important that we use the microphone now, particularly because otherwise Rodolfo won't hear your question. So looking around. Perfect. You have a question, Rodolfo.
Oh my God. Okay.
Thank you. I'm Jun Runas from the ASEAN Secretariat. No, you mentioned about this inclusion of pandemic risk. No, and what are the key elements that you were considering in including this pandemic risk, especially on the health pandemic? I asked this question because there's a sectoral group within ASEAN that's having this kind of discussions right now. No, this is the ACSCC, or the ASEAN Cross-Sectoral Coordinating Committee on Disaster Risk Financing Insurance. Now, moving forward on their program is to expand their terms of, or the scope of work to include this pandemic health risk now, because of the extraordinary experience that we had for the last 2 or 3 years on this. So I'm very curious on moving forward on what are the key elements that you're considering on this. Thank you.
Excellent question. Thank you very much. Indeed, a pandemic is totally different than a physical disaster, physical hazard producing the disaster. What we have found is that what you need is money according to the needs. So an instrument that we are looking is one that would pay out based on different triggers. The triggers are, for instance, the increment in unemployment. Of course, it has to be a pandemic or epidemic. Then you look at the disbursement of benefits in this product based on realistic needs for financing. For instance, if the government sees a rise in insolvencies, then they need some support to these people. Raising unemployment, raise of that. The level of occupancy on the hospitals, another payout. So to create funds to react against those situations. So that's an instrument that would make sense and might be cheaper rather than, pandemic declare and you pay out. That doesn't make a lot of sense. Of course, even before the pandemic, there were especially some events protected against pandemic. They included pandemic, and the syndicate of Lloyd's was offering those products, and they offer all these products. But what is important is for the government not to waste money, because pandemic hopefully will not happen in the next 50 years. So why should you be paying so much money for a risk that might never happen in the next, I don't know, 100 years or so? But if it happens, you don't need money immediately. Pandemics, epidemics only create a problem for the government if it lasts very, very long time, like in this case. That's why, the product, these are just key ideas, but of course, the experts, reinsurers, multinational insurance, Lloyd's, might be able to develop something. What the government has to request, though, is, we don't need to have a payout in case of a declaration, but we need a payout when we need the money to protect our economy. So that's one of the products. The other very, very important aspect is that business interruption should cover pandemics. Today, business interruption is always related to loss of income based on fire or a disaster. Now, we think pandemic is also important to be included. However, right now, looking at the response from the private sector, big multinational insurance companies, the best recommendation that we're providing is that the government should buy that insurance. Then that might be possible because of the volume and the government needs to support those institutions that are shut down. You declare a shutdown of the whole activity, then you need to provide some support. So the government might be able to negotiate at a higher level of some business interruption product that includes pandemics or exclusively for pandemics and epidemics. And the third product that we look at is travel insurance. Travel insurance surprised many people that were outside, and suddenly the pandemic was declared and they suffer a lot of losses. So what we're intending to recommend is that going forward, travel insurance should include, in order to make a product a decent product, should include non-declared pandemics. Of course, if there is a pandemic declared and you travel, that's your problem. But if you travel and suddenly in the middle of your travel, a pandemic is declared, then you should be protected. These are the things that we are considering right now. Thank you again for your answer. And of course, I am available. You have my email, and ADB is also very engaged in that. Thank you.
Yes, if I may, I have another follow-up question. No, I just wanted to be clarified on the business interruption. You said that's one of the basis for the payout on business interruption, but this is based on the pandemic issues, no? Because what we're having right now is there's still a continuing business interruption because of the supply chain interruption and some geopolitical stuff, no. So there should be what do you call this? there should be the trigger for this business interruption should be based on the pandemic, no, and not on the other issues like the supply chain disruption. But how could we say these things, no? Because we don't know if this is the, just like what is happening right now, if this is continuance of the pandemic, the adverse pandemic effects, no, or such as, or say these supply chain interruptions. Thank you.
That's fantastic that you mentioned this. I think you have to deal with the reinsurance that are experts in risk management. And what we're talking about here in this technical assistant work is that if the government declares a shutdown of the economy, that's a valid trigger for a pandemic. If you only have a pandemic and people can still work, and that might be a different thing. So you need to have some hard triggers in order to get the benefit. And I think it should be at government level at this stage. It's very difficult to find an insurance corporation or entity or SME buying their own business interruption that includes this pandemic risk. I don't think that will happen. That would be too expensive, and probably people are not willing to pay for that. Thank you again.
All right. Any additional questions for Rodolfo? We don't want to let him off the hook too quickly, because that might just mean he goes back to watching football. I had a question, and from my perspective, Rodolfo, what you talked about this afternoon, raised a couple of important points for me. So one, how important is development of the regulatory framework and the capacity within the supervisory authority vis-a-vis other investments that need to be made when we try to build an enabling environment. And this is something that we used to struggle with when I worked at the IAIS, was that oftentimes there was a range of different, I would call them quote unquote public sector priorities, all of which required investments in terms of capabilities, in terms of developing the human capital. And it's always struck me as something where the supervisory authority plays a critical role, but oftentimes maybe isn't as far in that priority list as it should be.
Oh, fantastic question. Yes. Competing resources, and regulation is so abstract that you don't see immediate results. But if you build a dam, or a protection barrier or whatever, then you see immediate. Everybody understands. I think if you're talking about climate risk, for instance, climate change risk, then who's gonna take that risk? Probably the insurance sector. And how are they going to take in a proper way? Only if the regulator understands those risks that they are adding to their portfolio. We have seen, for instance, development in regulation on requirement disclosure of climate risk exposure and sustainability. But if the regulator doesn't have sufficient training, sufficient tools to assess that is a problem. If it's like when you have a weak police, the country suffers a lot. It's very similar. That's the basic, the fundament, and it's not that expensive. I would even claim that the green bonds should have an allowance, or should be allowed to encourage development of subtech, regtech. There are expensive things and require knowledge, instruments, and the like. So I'm totally with you. It's critical, but it's never been attended in the way it should be. Thanks for the question.
All right. Well, Any final questions for Rodolfo? Hearing none. I will say thank you very much. Again, incredibly rich presentation, greatly appreciated. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I'm not sure if you're sticking around for the remainder of the day, but if you are, you're going to get the opportunity to hear a very interesting presentation now from Craig and David. So thanks, Rodolfo.
Thanks so much.
And I'll welcome Craig and David up to the front. I'll reposition myself. Now we've already heard from Craig and he's had the opportunity to introduce himself. But David, we haven't had the chance to, but I think he's a face and name that's familiar with many of you within the audience today. But maybe we could just start, give him an opportunity to introduce himself before we get into the presentation.
That's very kind of you. So my name's David Simmons. I work for an organization called WTW. We're a consultant stroke insurance broker. I've been operating, my background is in reinsurance. I'm a kind of like an actuary, I'm not officially an actuary because I didn't take the exams. I've kind of predated non-life actuaries in the UK. But all my career, I've been looking at catastrophe insurance, trying to look at how catastrophes happen, how often they happen, how big they can be, and more importantly, once they do happen, what do you do about it? And how do you protect yourself against it? So it's very important, I think, for us to understand how to properly react against disasters. Originally, that was in the context of insurance companies. So insurance companies protecting themselves against natural disasters where they have accumulations greater than their ability to pay. But increasingly, it's been looking at governments, both in terms of governments protecting their own assets, but also then trying to make sure they have adequate funding and resources to respond quickly to disasters. So I think we'll find out when we go through the presentation, very often the speed of response governs the ultimate total cost of an event. So the quicker you get in there, the quicker you deal with what needs to be dealt with, the lower the hit to the economy and the lower the length of that hit to the economy. So fast action is very important. It's quite important. It's not just about the quantum, the amount of money, very often it's about the speed of response as well.
Yes, and so David and I have kind of agreed that I will give a few sort of opening comments to just help us to define a little bit of the subject. But then because you've already heard from me already, then I'm not going to say too much more, but rather take advantage of David's experience in plenty of these areas. So let's move this one forward, see if it's going to produce my slides. Yes, good. So I only have 2 slides, and I just want to put this in the context of public-private partnerships. I think one of the things that often happens, particularly in the area of natural catastrophe disasters, is people think, what are we concerned about here? We're concerned about natural catastrophes, and therefore we're concerned about sovereign risk transfer, and therefore we're concerned about a particular kind of public-private partnership. Well, a lot of them are to do with risk transfer, but not always totally the same thing. And so I've got 2 bullet points here just to highlight the difference between some kinds of public-private partnerships and others. So there is the sort of the traditional one that people tend to think about, which is we create a partnership vehicle that insures the government and provides that access through to the insurance market, and possibly the capital markets as well. So that's some kind of sovereign risk transfer element, and often providing parametric and non-parametric solutions. But the second one is the possibility that instead of insuring the government, you actually insure the domestic market itself, so that the government is partnering with the private sector organization to enhance people's, like the general public's, access to insurance. And we talked a little bit about that. It was mentioned a couple of times in terms of things like Rodolfo's example of more compulsory insurance for home ownership against perils, something like that. So there's those 2 kinds. And I only mention it because, as I say, sometimes we go down the track straight away to the end point which is only the sovereign risk transfer one as we're thinking about it. So it'll be good to have both in mind. And then I think on the next slide, I have a whole list of things that are nothing to do with risk transfer. And that's just to mention because a public-private partnership by definition is a partnership between the public sector and the private sector. It doesn't mean it has to do risk transfer, or risk transfer has to be the core purpose. And the private sector can help the government to achieve its objectives in a lot of other ways. So one of them would be, say, education, training and awareness, which is a very significant issue everybody thinks, except that sometimes if we're thinking of only one kind of PPP, we may not think of them for this. Second one is the whole area of risk mitigation, because insurance is one thing, but there are some things that are very hard to insure unless there's an amount of mitigation takes place to enhance that. And again, the private sector can be extremely helpful in designing and perhaps putting in place risk mitigation. Risk assessment and modeling by itself, separate from the risk transfer question. Often risk transfer itself depends on being able to adequately model, collect data, make the assessment of the risk. That is so critical. And yet rarely do we have a whole set of people in government dedicated to doing this. We have to leverage the private sector as a partner. Asset transfer could be another solution. Actually, financing the premiums could be another solution. And then there's a whole range essentially of what I would say supply chain engagements. And in particular, if we are trying to get members of the public to take out a particular kind of insurance, one of the things that insurance companies are much better at than governments is providing insurance to the public. That's what they do all the time. So leveraging that to provide the kind of insurance we're looking for to get through to the public, they could be providing that, what you would call in inclusive insurance, the last mile contact, much more efficiently than perhaps governments can do. So that's just to give you a flavor of that there's a whole range of things. Some of them are risk transfer, although there's more than one type of that to think about. And then there's the possibility of all the other things the private sector can contribute as partners, which are not directly actually just transferring risk. So I put that before you as a sort of a precursor to then David's comments, which will take us through some really good examples and some particularly substantive ones from the region.
Well, thank you very much, Craig. As Craig kind of alluded to, this is a very rich field, and we're only really talking, we've only got 45 minutes to talk through. So what I'm going to show you is a few kind of subsets around what can be done for a government solution and a risk pool. Oh. No, it's coming in a minute. Okay, I can keep on talking. I've just come back from a conference in Istanbul, where the Asian Development Bank are convening a discussion amongst the 11 governments involved in an organization called CARIC, a Central Asian Regional Economic Cooperation Group, towards actually kind of thinking about creating some form of facility in that group. So a lot of my comments are kind of framed around that CARIC discussions. They don't exactly apply to ASEAN. I think we always have to be very careful not to assume that a solution that works in one part of the world will work exactly in another part of the world. Every solution needs to be customized to the individual needs of, number one, the country who actually need to make sure their needs are met, and secondly, the region together, where it may make sense for countries to work together to come up with a solution to help each other. So if we move on to the next slide. This is something which Craig talked about earlier. It's important to think about what we want this insurance to do, if indeed we think we need insurance. So if we're looking at disaster risk finance, we can look at different stages about what happens after an event. Immediately after an event occurs, the number one priority of any government is to save lives. They want to make sure that people are safe, people are fed, people are given food, people are given shelter, people are given water, adequate medical supplies are in place. Then the thing is getting the economy moving again, making sure temporary repairs are made, making sure electricity put back on, the water's put back on, so the economy can begin to move. The economy is not slowed down, and the economy can begin to start, and to some extent self-heal to a degree. So we need to get these things moving very, very quickly. Then, in the longer term, we have to make sure there's sufficient funding to reconstruct, to build back those bridges, to build back the infrastructure, to build back the property, and ideally not just build it back as it was, but build it back stronger. So if the same event happened again, the buildings won't fall down, the buildings will survive. So these are the very, very distinct phases. And we have to think about where is our focus going to be. We can do all, and we'll come back to some examples where people try to do all. But if we're saying that our major focus is in the first instance, looking at making sure that relief and early recovery phases are funded, there the need is different. For reconstruction, we need to have great certainty we have adequate funding to pay. So for that, traditional insurance like indemnity insurance, like you have for your car, if your car crashes, you want to make sure you have money to repair that car or replace that car if it's very badly damaged. For relief, the main thing is making sure we get money quickly. And the process of settling claims on traditional insurance can be slow. It can take months, it can take years. So for example, after the New Zealand earthquake in 2011, there were still claims outstanding after 3 years. You get legal process, argument about how much damage was done, argument about were you property insuring the property in the first place, had the right sum insured. So all that type of thing takes time. You can't have that. You want to make sure after events you get money quickly. So the point is, and what mechanism can we use? And over time, people have been developing these mechanisms, mostly called parametric insurance, which I'll talk about later. An important thing to remember when we're talking about the value of insurance and why it's worth paying insurance is that the value of early response. I'll talk later about an organization called African Risk Capacity. They commissioned a study which actually, one of the conclusions was that $1 of aid received immediately as a disaster manifests itself, and here they're talking about a drought, was worth over $4, close to $5 of money which was received perhaps 2 or 3 months later, which would follow a typical aid cycle. So effectively a disaster happens, the hat is passed around donor governments promise money, a few months or weeks later donor governments deliver that money, and they probably don't deliver what they promised. But the aim there, if you can get the money quickly, then you get this time value of money. So getting money quickly is valuing the value. Why you should think about insurance as a mechanism is that if we can guarantee or that money gets to you quickly, then that money does much more for you. If I move on to the next slide. No, it's a build slide. All right, there we go. Move on to the next slide. I'm going to talk about a number of examples. Time won't allow me to talk to all these examples at great length. These are examples of risk pools plus one other. Right, so I'll talk first of all about the other. Fonden, which was a scheme in Mexico, is often put up as an example of a government which actually does combine all aspects of that spectrum, both in terms of the rebuilding and reconstruction part, but also of the emergency response part. And they do that by a program of indemnity insurance for public assets, but coupled with a catastrophe bond to make sure there's immediate post-disaster relief. And others in this room do the same. Philippines, for example, have similar schemes, and others are working in the same type of direction. Unfortunately, for a poster child, Fonden has been abolished by the Mexicans for political reasons unrelated to Fonden itself, but the structure, the idea remains. Okay, so the same thing is moving on. But I'm mostly going to focus on some regional risk pools, which were created. Well, the first one was created way back in 2007, which I'll talk about a little bit later. Now, these pools are set up to do exactly what I've just described, to make sure that after an event occurs, money is quickly available to the participants. CRIF, for example, has been operational now for 15 years. It's made, I think, over 60 claims, claims payments. Every single one of those claim payments has been made within 14 days. Right, so as soon as the event occurs, they can tell the governments within normally 3 to 5 days what money they can expect, and then that money then follows, which allows the government to plan. They can begin then to make sure that money, if they know it's coming, they can decide what they're going to do with that money. So they have certainty of spend. So they're not holding back from acting because they're not sure funding will be there. They can act, and that gives them great power. There are other schemes being spawned by CRIF. CRIF is still the example and the biggest of these schemes, but in 2014, Africa Risk Capacity was created in Africa, as the name implies. more recently coming out of PCRAFI, a World Bank scheme in the Pacific, PCRIC, kind of like almost like a clone company of CRIF, was created in the Pacific. And more recently, CDRIF has been created in ASEAN, particularly focusing on flood risk in mainland Southeast Asia. But I'm going to go through a couple of examples now of actually how this works. So I'm going to start with CRIF. Oops. There's a time lag, sorry. Here we go. Right, CRIF. Now, okay, going back a step. Very often, these schemes are created after an event. There's nothing focuses the mind better than something that's just happened and thinking, could we have not done something better at the time? So in 2004, a large hurricane went through the Caribbean, Hurricane Ivan. It caused, I've got 4 million of damage on this slide. In fact, I was with Isaac Anthony, the CEO of CRIF, last week. He tells me the number was closer to $6 to $8 billion. Now, compared to the damage to Hurricane Ian, all right, or Tropical Storm Ian, in the US, we're talking about 60 billion, we heard earlier. That doesn't seem like a lot of money, but these are small economies. That's one hell of a lot of money. So for some of these countries, they lost multiples of their annual GDP just from one event. And it showed a couple of things. It showed, number one, probably the risk wasn't properly understood, both in terms of how likely it was and how bad it could be. Secondly, it showed massive over-reliance on overseas aid. Right, so there was little capacity within the Caribbean to respond to a disaster themselves, and because of that, there's little risk ownership. It's almost like a risk which is passed to a third party. It's not my problem. I pass this to international donors. Every government's responsibility is to their people, and they should be making sure their people are safe and their people are responded to. So it's important to think of something better. And actually, CARICOM, if you like, the ASEAN equivalent within the Caribbean, decided that something needed to be done. And with the World Bank's help, they defined and created CRIF, the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility. And what CRIF was a special purpose insurance vehicle. So they created a company which effectively wasn't owned by the individual countries, but it was owned for the benefit of those countries. So a structure was created where it was owned by a trust, and that trust was actually dedicated to make sure that this company was run for the benefit of its client members. That meant that it's a non-profit making organization, but it actually was run to be a proper insurance company. This isn't a charity. This is actually run to make sure it's sustainable. It has to be there year after year after year after year. The other thing about these vehicles, which is not on any of my slides, but is ultimately true, is that they're very attractive to donors. So effectively, donors then gave money to CRIF to, number one, to capitalize the insurance vehicle, and secondly, to subsidize its operational costs and its reinsurance costs. And so this meant the vehicle was able to start very, very quickly and offer insurance to the individual governments at a cheaper rate than they could, if they were, get from the markets by going directly. And that remains the case. In fact, over the last 15 years, despite increasing catastrophe events, the price that CRIF has been able to charge has been going down and down and down. Right? And why does that happen? Because it's very efficient. It's any profit which is normally held within the insurance contract is held within that pool itself. Any uncertainty load which insurers will put on top of a contract, they don't know what climate change is doing, for example, is held within that pool. So when they do buy cover, they have to buy less, and the cover they buy, because it's diversified over now 22 different countries, over 3 different perils, but that cover is cheaper. Right? So the whole economic model works very, very well. So the other important thing is that this company is run and operated as a Caribbean, now Central American as well, company. So that everybody on the board is a local. Everybody's nominated by CARICOM, by the central, by the development bank over there, by the central bank in East Caribbean. So everybody is kind of involved, is a local, and therefore they understand the risks in the country. They understand what is required across the entire region, and they do more than just insurance, as we'll talk about in just a minute. Now, I talked about parametric insurance. I think probably most of you in this room are aware of what parametric insurance is. So I won't dwell for a long time on this particular slide. Parametric insurance is unlike indemnity insurance, traditional insurance, is because rather than actually wait for a loss assessor to go to look at a particular damaged property, see how bad that damage was, agree the amount of damage, confirm the amount of cover bought was appropriate, and then agree a settlement, which takes time, these things trigger on a predefined event occurring. So typically that may be for wind speed, for a tropical cyclone, it may be amount of ground shaking, for an earthquake, it may be depth of water, for flood. And as long as we have a way of measuring these things independently and quickly, then these covers can pay quickly and that risk can be placed in the insurance market effectively. Now, that's easy to say. Actually, candidly, it's more difficult to do. All right. So I'm not trying to imply these are the panacea for everything. They're quite difficult. For tropical cyclone and earthquake, I think the markets are now pretty well established. There are well-defined ways of these risks to be represented and parametric triggers to be constructed. Flood risk is more complicated, right? And so flood risk takes a little bit more time, but there are a number of examples which, if we had more time, we could talk through, including sea drift, for example, of trying to understand how a flood trigger can be built. But they are more complicated because flood, like pandemic, can be influenced by government action, right? By control of water, if you like. So it's a more difficult hazard to model. Now, look, if you're looking at the pros and cons of parametric against indemnity cover, I could go through it, but broadly speaking, it's two things, all right? Now, if you want certainty of payment, indemnity is the way to go, as long as you buy the right policy, the right amount. If you want speed, parametric is the way to go. The trouble with parametric, there's a risk of something we call basis risk. And basis risk is where an event occurs, which for some reason is odd. Right? It doesn't perform the way that a typical event could go. For example, it could be a tropical cyclone, which actually which moves very, very slowly. For example, and actually, therefore, there's a kind of a much greater rain drops down than otherwise be expected. There's more damage done. It may be earthquake that has a particular kind of the way I've been through two earthquakes in my life. One was a traditional one in Tokyo, which just went on and on and on forever, and one was one in Wellington, New Zealand, which was bang bang. Right, just like that. It depends on how the earthquake operates, is actually what damage could be. So it's not. There is a risk that a parametric policy may not pay out when you want it. There's also a risk, by the way, it may pay out when you don't want it. So it's quite interesting. But the thing is, most governments who look at parametric insurance think, well, that risk of non-payment is trumped. Is you know, it's more important for us that we have fast payment than we bear that small risk. And as has been discussed before, hybrid solutions are possible. Right, so a solution where you have a parametric element to get fast payment coupled with an indemnity program to make sure you get certainty of payment further down the water. So now we're looking at a number of schemes which are both hybrid for quick, indemnity for certainty, and these things are possible. Next slide. So there are different forms of regional risk transfer. Now, this is one of the slides we presented to the Carrick people. Insurance pools are fantastic. I still believe an insurance pool is the best kind of theoretical way of proceeding, because they, as you say, the insurance pool makes sure that a lot of the political arguments against insurance go away. One political argument against insurance, it happens in my country, actually in the UK, is that why should we as a government subsidize or insurance and effectively be subsidizing profit by private companies, right? And that comes up time and time again. Why are we paying money to international insurance corporations for their profit? With a pool, you're not. With a pool, you're paying, if you are subsidizing premium, you're subsidizing it into a communal pot of you and other countries, right? So there is no this kind of political issue, it goes away. But more practically, there is in every insurance premium a profit load, there's an uncertainty load, an expense load. All those loads should be reduced by going through an insurance pool. I'll talk about it a little bit later. But right, there is a problem with insurance pools. They can take time to be put together. Right, That can be, you can have an insurance pool across a region. You have to decide in a group. So for example, if ASEAN did it, where's that pool going to be? Where's it going to be located? What's the regulatory controls? Can countries buy from this pool? All sorts of stuff would come into actually trying to make that decision. It takes some time and it may delay the whole operation. That was true in CARIC. So in CARIC, we looked at two other things that people could do. Now, I said before, the first thing is for every country to make sure what they are doing and what they're buying is appropriate for that country. Right? But if countries then decide that they want to do something, there is value in acting together with other countries. One way to be one policy, so you rather than buy a single policy or you place a single catastrophe bond, you actually work together and place a bond together. Right, with limits, so make sure it's not like you're subsidizing another country, that country A could have a claim, which meant country B can't have a claim. You make sure that every country has its own sublimits, but they place it together. And I'll come to an example of a catastrophe bond example of that a little bit later. Or you can, there's another similar version of the same thing. You actually have separate policies for each country, but you market them together. So effectively, when you market them together, you save some frictional costs, you probably share documentation costs, and you therefore the deal should be cheaper and better than otherwise would be. So there are various mechanisms which can be done. And actually, one thing I always say is it's very, very easy with this type of stuff to put good reasons in place why we can't do this now. And it's a very, we can't do this now because we haven't got the data. We can't do this now because it's take too long to create this vehicle. The trouble is a 1 in 100-year event could happen tomorrow, right? So it's important to actually start moving quickly, even if what you put in place may not be your preferred ultimate optimal solution, but actually at least it gives you some form of cover now. So this is actually just a slide looking at the diversification benefit. So the way these pooling mechanisms work, that rather than each country individually going out to markets, and they may do that through an intermediary like the World Bank, Asian Development Bank, or they may do it directly themselves. In this particular case, you act together with your friends in a particular region, and by doing that, you share the costs and expenses of that operation, that payment, and then of that placement. You share the benefits of scale. You may share modeling costs, for example. So it may be that a common modeling platform is developed across all countries, which then if that's being done over 10 countries, it's cheaper than doing it over 10 times. But more importantly, then diversification across that portfolio should, and if it's properly marketed, I think will drive a reduced premiums. All these things lead to lower costs collectively and lower costs individually, which is important because you are kind of custodians of your taxpayers' money. So if we look at lessons from CRIF, CRIF, now it's been operating for over 14 years. It's made 56 payments to 16 member countries, totaling $245 million. Every single payment's been made within 14 days of the event, right? So that's quite a record. 2017 was their terrible year. Right? 2017 was the year where they had a whole sequence. You probably remember it. I mean, they ran us the letters of the alphabet for the names of the hurricanes. In the hurricanes Irma and Maria were the two most damaging in the Caribbean, and they paid out $62 million to 11 countries for that one event. CRIF now actually has 22 country members in the Caribbean and Central America, plus 2 corporate members, interestingly. They actually have extended their cover to cover utility companies, thinking that a proper kind of ability of the utility companies to ensure their transmission and distribution lines is important to recovery of a particular country. So CRIF is good value, right? I know a study was done at their inception because I wrote it, right, looking at actually showing that the cost of CRIF was cheaper than going out to the market. But also now they are still offering cheaper cover than countries could get on their own. An example of that, Jamaica recently issued a cat bond via the World Bank. The price of that cat bond was twice the price of the cover that CRIF offers, which shows you they are offering very, very good value cover by using this power of diversification and this power of retained profit. And CRIF continues to grow and innovate. So they're moving into different directions. They started off with earthquake and tropical cyclone, then they moved into excess rainfall. Then they moved into livelihood protection cover. So microinsurance has been talked about before, looking at providing cover to individuals. They developed a really interesting scheme with the US State Department, with some help from us, by the way, to look at a scheme where they protected fisherfolk, so fishermen, fisherwomen, and their families, but also the country, but linked to sustainable fisheries. So this scheme actually works that if a government actually then approaches coast for protection, they will get funded insurance, but only if they convince their fishermen to sign up to make sure they register their catch. So therefore they can try and control and make sure fisheries are more kind of environmentally sustainable. So they're doing a lot of interesting work around this field, and said recently extending to utilities as well. Next slide. I got it right. Good. But this is the other point. These schemes, I think, have value beyond just the insurance piece, and very often sometimes you need to have greater validation about why these schemes are important than just the fact that money comes quickly, just in case there is a basis risk event and the money doesn't come quickly. So why have we joined this thing? In practice, I think CRIF does demonstrate that the schemes can contribute towards a greater risk awareness within both in the member countries, but also, as has been mentioned, passed down into the population of those member countries by becoming a conduit for risk discussion, risk understanding, engagement with national international agencies, engagement with the public. And also they can begin to think about how can we better respond to disasters. It's not just a matter of getting the money, it's what you do with the money and how you actually make sure that response is efficient and it's planned. And by working together, you can then think about you can discuss things amongst yourselves, share best ideas, share best practice, and perhaps even sometimes share kind of equipment to actually help each other work together. I know in ASEAN, for example, the ASEAN scheme at the moment does have stocks of tents and things that are required after an event, and that can be then utilized. But this type of thing can provide the funding to do that already. So it also can spawn local initiatives as well. As mentioned, CRIF directly and indirectly has spawned a number of micro insurance initiatives. So not just making sure that they're not just protecting governments, they're now protecting individuals as well. And to an extent, though, to be frank, not yet to any great extent in any of the existing schemes. It should be and can be quite possible for the modelling which is done to inform government decision can be made available to the insurance industry in the country as well, to begin to develop a market around protecting individuals, protecting small businesses, perhaps with support from the reinsurance side, as you suggest, Craig, but we can think about ways of probably improving risk. And for flood, for example, we may look at land use planning as well. Should we be building in this particular location, though this particular location has a very high flood risk? Just one more scheme I want to look at in detail, and this one is Africa Risk Capacity. Africa Risk Capacity was created in 2014 by the African Union. So again, it's very interesting. All these schemes, with one exception really, have been created by a regional organization, all right? So in this case, African Union. Now this one is different from CRIF. CRIF, when it pays its money, it does not require its client countries to say what they're going to do with it. They can do what they want with it. They can use that money to buy tents, to ship water. They can use that money to pay their police force overtime. They can use that money to make up gaps in tourism income, for example. They can use it any way they want. Africa Risk Capacity, though, actually, its core is trying to make sure that countries are better able to respond to droughts. Right, so it's all about developing capacity, and that's not just financial capacity. That's actually also kind of capacity to understand the risk and understand who could be affected and understand the best actions that can be taken after an event occurs. So for Africa Risk Capacity, it's quite different. Africa Risk Capacity, you can't buy a policy. You can't just go up to Africa Risk Capacity and say, hey, I want to buy a policy. They won't do that. You have to join. Then you have to go through a period of training, all right? 6 to 12 months typically, where the Africa Risk Capacity guys will go in, sit with the government, trying to help them understand their risk, mostly drought at the moment, but I'll come back in a minute. Understand the risk, understand what could happen, understand who could be affected, understand how badly they could be affected, understand what needs to happen after a drought, then understand how we're going to make that happen. All right. So that kind of process takes time. They have to pass tests. They have to make sure sounds a little bit bad. They have to do a certificate of good standing, which effectively is an anti-corruption test, making sure the money is not, is spent appropriately if it happens. But more importantly, they have to engage in these risk management processes and begin to understand that what they're buying and it is useful and how it will be used. So this is quite interesting. If an event then occurs, so if a drought occurs, then the contingency plans that they will have developed have to be implemented, and they will work with Africa Risk Capacity to develop an implementation plan to make sure that the response is as efficient as it possibly can be. And those responses are finally audited to make sure that was complied with and lessons are learned. So it's an interesting scheme. This slide, actually, first bit just says what I've said. An interesting part of it, though, is actually it's all built around some software called Africa Risk View, which came from the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, being kind of applied in this particular case. Africa Risk View is interesting because really what it does, it monitors rainfall throughout the year. And actually, if there's insufficient rainfall within the planting window, then they know their crop has failed. If they've had rainfall enough to plant, it then measures what rainfall was happening through the year and to see if the crop is likely to fail. And actually, they can look at past rainfall patterns over the last 40+ years to see what that probability would be. So what this software does is not only determine if there's a payout or not, but it also helps them predict if there will be a payout. Right? So they can begin to know, perhaps a couple of months before a drought actually occurs, that there's a risk. And because there's a risk, they can start taking action. So, for example, if they need to hire trucks, they can reserve those trucks. Right? All this type of thing, trying to minimize the cost to make sure it works. Last point in this slide is also very interesting. Now, other ones of these other groups are trying to replicate this as well. They came up with something called a replica cover. And this is where an aid agency, which could be a charity like Oxfam, it could be something like the World Food Programme, can actually gear up the cover that the country buys by effectively buying a parallel cover, which actually will give them extra money, but that may channel through the NGO. But if the NGO wants to do that, they have to make sure that they coordinate their response with the government. Right? So we actually, at the moment, very often when a disaster occurs, lots of NGOs go in, lots of NGOs kind of trying to do their best to help, but they may end up bidding for the same things. So the cost of the things go up and up and up. So they don't get an efficient response. They may do the same things at the same time. So we try to make sure that not only is there more money, but that money is better spent. So again, all these things can be developed for a particular scheme. So overall, I believe that risk pools are a good idea if you can put them into place. You need, because the speed, it gives you speed of payments. So the quantum, the amount of the payment is known within days, and you may get your payment very quickly after. There is less reliance on central government. This is a scheme within a country covering local government units, or from overseas governments to fund your disaster response. You do reduce your exposure to reinsurance market price volatility. So the best example of that is also CRIF. In 2017, after their terrible hurricane year, reinsurance and insurance prices in the Caribbean went up, right, by about 30–40%. CRIF prices to their clients went up by 5%, right? And they were able to do that because they had built up in the good years a fund, right? Their capital had grown in the good years, and they could use that good year money to make sure that the prices were reduced for their members in the bad years. And they have that power. They can do that. Whereas if you went direct to the commercial market, you'll be paying that high price post-event. So that kind of lack of taking you away from the fact that we heard earlier today the reinsurance market is currently on a rising price cycle. To some extent, you are protected against that because number one, you buy less external cover, less reinsurance than you would buy direct insurance. But secondly, you have the power of the capital, which you built up in the good years to reduce that volatility. They do become, these things can help you raise risk awareness, can become a catalyst for risk understanding, for links with academia, with links with experts internationally and nationally. And you can then support informed risk reduction measures. Many of my colleagues, particularly in the ADB, will tell me, look, you can't just talk about disaster risk transfer. It's much more important, and this is absolutely true, to try and reduce the risk before it happens rather than react to it after it's happened. So looking at disaster risk reduction and disaster risk finance has to be done together in an ideal world. And to some extent, they're both calls on funding, which is an interesting one. I mean, to think about how that works. But properly structured disaster risk finance can be an incentive towards reducing risk, right? And so, for example, Africa Risk Capacity demands those incentives where it lets you join. Other schemes actually effectively, passively encourage risk reduction because that risk reduction should be reflected in the premium which is paid. And also can improve preparedness, making sure that countries do have in place contingency plans, do actually work to a common standard to make sure they're worked adequately, perhaps have access to advisory capacity to help them do that, and then have a forum for talking with others on a common platform about how to best react to disaster. Right. I just want to talk a little bit about this Pacific Alliance, which is an example of where countries act together where there isn't actually a pool. Now, you may or may not have heard of the Pacific Alliance. It's actually an organization covering, it was 4, I think it's actually now 6, Central American and South American countries, Chile, Colombia, Mexico, and Peru, when this transaction was placed. They decided, Mexico had previously put in place catastrophe bonds, right, a couple, and one did pay. It paid out for an earthquake off southern Mexico. Interestingly enough, 10 days later, another earthquake happened in Mexico City, which actually was a lesser magnitude but had greater damage. But the bond did pay. The bond paid in full for the first earthquake. Now, Mexico then thought about producing another cat bond, but then they worked with their colleagues in the 3 other countries to looking at placing something jointly. So between the 4 countries in 2018, with the World Bank's assistance, they produced a bond which actually had 5 sections, and Mexico had 2, had 4 sections, 1 for each country and 2 for Mexico, which actually were independent. So if Peru had a claim, there was still exactly the same money available to Chile that they paid for, to Colombia they paid for, and Mexico they paid for. The total of this bond was big, all right? There's a $1.36 billion in this particular bond spread across the 4 countries. And when this thing went to market, it was a success. Now, I'm not sure if you're familiar with the way that cat bonds are placed. I know probably the Philippines guys are. It's not quite like the way an insurance contract's placed. Effectively, the guys placing the deal will go to the markets with a price indication, and that's normally in ranges. All of these bonds, all 4 of the sections of this particular bond were priced below the minimum expected price, right? Which shows that the markets liked the fact they were getting these 4 things together, 4 countries together, and rather individually. Now, the pricing cycle in the cat bond market was different than it is now, so always have to be careful. We can't necessarily replicate this now, but it did show there was market acceptance for this type of product, and it certainly worked. Of those countries, only 1 of them got a payout, but that's not surprising. These things pay out at a reasonably high attachment probability, but Peru got a 60 million payout from an earthquake in 2019. So it's an interesting example of how these things work. One final point, though, there is always a temptation to do a catastrophe bond. Right? Catastrophe bonds are a form of insurance placed in the capital markets. And it's often said, oh, we're attracting new capacity, and we've got diversification of funding. It's interesting if you look at the Jamaica catastrophe bond, which was the most recently placed catastrophe bond, one country on its own, I would argue very expensive, right? Twice the price of the cover that CRIF could offer. Of the people, the investors that invested in that catastrophe bond, over 80% also operate in the insurance and reinsurance markets directly. So there's quite a lot of convergence between catastrophe bond placement and reinsurance placement. And I would always advise that we'll be thinking about looking at some form of protection. You are means blind, right? You don't worry about the means by which you place that cover from the outset. And it may be advisable to look at, does it make sense to place this deal in insurance and reinsurance markets, or does it make sense to place it in the catastrophe markets, or perhaps both? Right? So it's quite important to understand, what is the most appropriate way to do something. We're almost there, by the way. I'm nearly finished talking. Well, we get there eventually. Okay. The next slide is looking at how these things are typically structured. And this was put together for the guys in Carrick. But it's similar structures are employed by all the various pools. So if you look on the left-hand side, there you have policyholders. In this case, it's countries. Those countries pay a premium to the facility. That facility then packages that premium, right? And it packages that premium and passes out to the reinsurance markets and the capital markets, or the capital markets, or both. And effectively that the pool can decide to hold risk, to retain risk itself, and have capital which may be supplied by external donors, or it can just be a way of actually helping these countries to access the markets together if there hasn't been time to physically create a pool structure. They can also act via a company such as ours to go to a risk modeler and get the most appropriate modeling done. The importance of having consistent modeling is really, really key. And in fact, every pool, I think, has found it's important to have modeling which you control. Early pools went with off-the-shelf modeling bought from commercial companies. The trouble is those models are very often black box. You don't quite know what goes in, what comes out. And therefore, a pool such as CRIF, as it was, could not confidently say to its client countries why a particular cover paid or did not pay. Now, CRIF has its own model, which it owns. ARC has its own model, which it owns. PCRIC is currently has a third-party model, but is trying to move towards having a model which it owns. CDRF has a model which it owns. So it's quite important, I think, to actually have your own model, your own control over these aspects. And as I mentioned before, the external donors, these pools are very, very attractive to external donors because they can act in a number of different ways. They either act to subsidize the creation of the thing. They can act to subsidize the cost of building a model. They can act. So, for example, the Germans have just created a new fund just to help countries build these type of models. They can actually help provide capital to the facility. They can help cover expenses to the facility, or they can subsidize premium. All right, all these things are possible via this type of vehicle. So finally, in terms of lessons learned from these vehicles, the schemes work. Right? There's no doubt that they do work in their primary need. Where there has been criticism, it's been largely, if you look at any criticism of CRIF, it's because they say, the payout was small. Now, there's two reasons why payouts have been small for CRIF. Number one, CRIF is not trying to cover the entire cost of rebuilding a stricken island after a tropical cyclone. What the CRIF is trying to do is provide that quick emergency funding. So that would always be a small percentage of the overall damage. But again, it's a time value of money thing. Getting that small percentage of money in early reduces the ultimate final cost of trying to correct the problem. And again, the importance there of developing an insurance market which actually helps provide that longer term response funding is really important. The other reason why the payouts have been small is that governments haven't been able to afford too much cover. And it's been quite interesting to see that donors who previously had been reluctant to fund insurance premium largely because of the issue they seem to be funding the profit of insurance companies. Now are beginning to recognize that these pooling facilities are safe. In the UK, we have a popular newspaper called the Daily Mail, which always likes splashing bad news stories about government. And there's a thing in the British government, there's something called the Daily Mail test. So will the government actually do something if the Daily Mail picks up and publicizes it? Now, they are now comfortable that this response passes a Daily Mail test. They can justify why they're providing premium subsidy. The Germans particularly are now providing a lot of premium subsidy by the Global Shield. There's already existing disaster risk facility funding within the World Bank. So there's quite a few schemes now so now we can actually help poorer countries to help fund this particular payment on a continuing basis. Now, we cannot ignore basis risk, right? Basis risk is real. And for one of the pools, Africa Risk Pool, had a basis risk issue quite early in their life. And that is quite difficult to come back from, right? If you have an issue where there's doubt about whether your mechanism is going to pay, that undermines faith in the mechanism. Now, there are very good reasons why that thing didn't pay. And you can argue effectively what it was mainly was that the Africa Risk Capacity is a crop program effectively of the impact on crops. They assumed one variety of maize was planted, a different variety of maize was planted. That variety of maize responded differently to rainfall than the one they expected. That's why the payout was wrong. But that's quite difficult to explain. Now, where was the blame on that? Was the blame on the subject government who should have told Africa Risk Capacity what grain variety their farmers were planting? Or was it on Africa Risk Capacity for not actually delving deep enough to find out? Difficult thing, but we have to be careful. And therefore, I think it's quite important that we can look at other mechanisms. Number one, to reduce basis risk. And I mean, Africa Risk Capacity and CRIF particularly are looking at ways of doing that. Within CDRIF, there is effectively a cash fund sitting alongside the insurance mechanism to provide some form of buffer should there be any basis risk issue. And one of the creativity, which I like thinking about, is actually how we can build this type of relationship between the cash fund and the insurance fund. I'll briefly touch upon the PEF. Are you familiar with the PEF? The PEF was the World Bank's pandemic emergency financing facility, which was as the name implies, was trying to provide funding after the pandemic. Now, the PEF got a lot of bad press, right? To some extent unfair, because the PEF did pay out. The PEF paid out substantial amounts of money when the COVID happened, right? But the trouble is PEF paid out that money very slowly. So for something which is meant to be predicated on fast payments, one of the triggers which was required for the policy paid took a minimum of 12 weeks before you can even assess whether it had. So there's an inbuilt delay in this thing. But the PEF, number one, it did pay, so it was a success. But it had quite a nice, interesting feature that they had something called a cash window and something called an insurance window. The cash window was a fund which could be flexibly used by the trustees of that fund to pay on as a needs as they thought, to try and close down, help a country out without the need of a trigger happening. But if a big event occurred, then the insurance window, which was a catastrophe bond, but for a pandemic, would pay and gear up that cash window to provide more funding. And that idea I like, actually. I think that idea of actually looking at this relationship between a flexible, perhaps donor or government-provided fund with a placement is quite a nice idea. And it kind of shows that having a contingency fund within the country, for example, and having an insurance purchase isn't an either or. I mean, it's actually, you probably should have both, right? One provide that full flexibility, you can use it straight away, but knowing that that's never going to be enough for even a medium-sized disaster, and the insurance then providing the backup money to get that big money in when you need it. Fourth point is there has to be a balance between product affordability and financial stability. So all of the existing risk pools are created to be regulated insurance entities. And that means they have to make sure they have proper actuarial pricing. So they can't offer pricing which they know they're going to lose money on and hope the donors to keep topping them up. The pricing has to be correct actuarially. It has to be tight, so they don't build in the same margin that perhaps a commercial insurer would do, but it has to be enough. But how much extra do they charge, right, to make sure they're safer? there's always a balance. They don't want to go bust. They want all these facilities actually are trying to be safe to make sure that they pay with a very, very, very high certainty. So CRIF, for example, buy reinsurance to make sure that they will be able to pay the worst hurricane season that could happen every 500 years, right? So it's really, really severe, and they're going to make sure that's there, which means they have to charge a commercial premium. So how you balance that is interesting. And the idea of donors providing some form of subsidy to premium is either explicitly or implicitly via a replica of in the ARC example is interesting, and we need to develop that. And the final point is really, really, really important. At least one of these schemes, I won't name which one, all right, there was a feeling within the government community, the regional community, that this was an imposed solution, right? It was somebody came with them with a good idea, and they said, you've got to do this, and so they did this. This thing needs to be seen to be regionally driven and regionally owned. So we want to make sure that any solution is not something, it's not an imposed solution, it's not an organization telling you, hey, you should do this is a really good idea. The need has to be recognized. If the need is not recognized, then the thing is not sustainable, right? People will not carry on buying, not keep carrying on doing. So it's important that local and regional stakeholders' ownership is very, very clear, and then that continues. And actually we make sure that this thing has a life beyond the kind of initial funding window, if you like. I think that's probably all I've got. Yep. So I think we'll be very happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Craig. Maybe before opening it up for any questions, to see if Craig, you want to add anything?
No, I think that was good.
Okay, perfect. So looking out towards the floor now, I recognize that, of course, if you're like me and have an Apple Watch, it's probably telling you that it's time to stand up. But I would want to make sure that everyone had the opportunity to ask David and Craig any questions that you might have based on the presentation. Well, I'm not going to let you guys off the hook that easy. That would be a shame. I don't see any questions out in the audience right now. Oh, here we go. You know, I'm going to have to keep coming back to you now that I know that you're so willing.
I'm sorry for hugging the conversation. You said that risk pooling is, it works, the scheme works, right? How come it's not effective here in ASEAN in the first place?
Easy question.
That's just my observation. No?
Well, I mean,
although we do have this sea drift.
Well,
it only has 2 members. No?
Yeah, I think there's a couple of things here. Number one, I mean, it has been discussed in the past. I think funding, the structure of ASEAN is a little bit different from funding of some of these other bodies. So that could be one issue. ASEAN also is quite a diverse community, right? The Caribbean is a community of mostly small island states who are very similar, Pacific the same. ASEAN, you do have very different economies, right? And so actually, it may well be that candidly in ASEAN, you may need to have a series of pools which actually reflects the different needs of different types of country and different, I mean, with their different needs. But there is some commonality which you can have. So I think that kind of difference between big economies, the Philippines, Vietnam, Indonesia, Malaysia, and smaller economies, Thailand, smaller economies is quite key. Also, I mean, the thing is, the catalyst has always been a big event, right? A really, really big event. And a big event that probably affects more than one country. So it's not a pain shared by one country, but pain shared by a number of people, that I'm afraid, shutting the stable door after the horse is bolted is the biggest incentive, right? Making sure, because then the donor interest is driven. And a lot of these pools are actually mostly focused on poorer countries, developing countries, where there is already donor interest, and actually the need for donors to provide capacity. Many countries, of course, in Southeast Asia are developed, and they're developing faster in the countries in the West, for example, but they are developing and therefore maybe less donor friendly. I think
I speculate a couple of other reasons. I did actually go and visit them a while ago, so had the same question in my mind about what's happening. One of them, I would say, is it's early days. And part of the early days issue is that the initial work to get going was sort of hampered by the sudden ability that no one could travel anywhere and visit and have more of those conversations, and only so much can be done remotely. So I wouldn't necessarily say that that we, it's all over yet. I mean, I think there's still a lot of chance for it to continue on. I think the point of the diversity in the region is really interesting because at least on a risk basis, it could be a big advantage. I mean, unlike the Caribbean example, the distance from east to west and north to south of the countries covered by ASEAN is quite big. However, that diversity also creates some challenges. For example, in the Caribbean, particularly where all the countries were former British colonies, they basically had copy-paste legal systems. Yeah. Now, you don't have that. So, there's a lot of cultural, legal, other diversity, not just the distance diversity. The Pacific Islands also were a little bit like that in that they had legal heritage similarity, but they're all a long way from each other. So again, but the issues that they were facing were I think more consistent. So here, for example, for an ordinary person in the street in one country or another, when you read about a catastrophic event in one country, it's not that everybody in every other country thinks, oh, that could happen to us. So there's a diversity of risks as well. And so one option would be to say, let's start, we'll all look at one risk and then we'll work on to the next one. And as I said before, there are some countries where that risk just isn't top of the radar screen. That's number 6 or something. So I would say there are challenges. My personal opinion about any challenge, whether it be CDRIF or any other challenge, is that if we want to find a solution, we just have to think about it and try harder. I don't kind of give up and say that can't be done. And I would think that CDRIF is in that kind of category, that, things can happen there if we want to move forward.
Yeah, pick up on a couple of points. Sorry, number one, actually, you talk about the CARIC projects in the next presentation, but we've been working on that for 2 years in COVID. We had one meeting for 3 days in Istanbul last week. More was achieved, I think, in 3 days in Istanbul than in 2 years prior. So it's very, totally back your point. It's very hard to actually engage has been hard in the time of COVID. There was another point, but I'll let you answer your question.
Yes, it does. In addition, I think we have different perils as well now. So I think the regional risk pooling model is more appropriate to sub-regional things, no? Because taking into context ASEAN, they have the different perils. Like, of course, Indonesia and the Philippines, they experience earthquakes and things like that. No? But for the Indo-China countries, it's more on the flooding or wind, like some to that effect now. So I guess it's more appropriate if we will subdivide it into sub-regional risk pooling rather than having one regional risk pooling within ASEAN.
Well, that's actually fair. That's kind of happening already. So CRIF converted itself into something called the segregated cell company about 6, 7 years ago. That means they don't have one pot of capital. They actually have different pots of capital, each of which are discrete, which effectively means they can set up these kind of sub pools. So one was actually when they started recruiting Central American countries, for example. The original donor grants they had to support the Caribbean work didn't cover Central America, so they needed to create a separate capital pot, right, to do that. And actually, so CRIF already operates. I think it has now 5 pools within pools. So it's a pool of pools, if you like. There's 5 pools within it. PCRIC is just doing the same. PCRIC is converting itself into a segregated cell company. That happens. Africa Risk Capacity are just doing it as well. In fact, I think they've just done it in Bermuda. They've converted themselves into this segregated cell company to allow them. So they want to do a pandemic cover. So they're about to announce, I think, either next week or this week or next week, a pandemic insurance cover where they're looking at Ebola and meningitis rather than something like COVID. But the need, of course, is actually getting money very quickly to make sure there's funds to identify disease and then close an area down to make sure that disease doesn't spread. So they're creating a separate fund. And in terms of CDRIF, they actually have a structure which, again, will allow a similar type of kind of separate entity issues to be created under one umbrella. So I think we can be more creative about this, and we can think about funds of funds, effectively initial reinsurance protection covering a number of different pools before it goes out to the international markets. So thought is going, and it's, I agree, we just have to be creative, keep thinking.
Maybe kind of just before everyone has their cup of tea, just to pick up on that too, an unashamed plug is that the GAIP, as part of the work that I'm doing with them, will actually have more to say on this very topic. So watch this space for early next year.
Well, perfect. Now I don't need to be in the position of emceeing the event and making shameless plugs for my own organization. So thank you, Craig. I did want to say one last thing, and this is something that I think is quite an important challenge that we wrap our heads around, particularly as, again, you know, this is a series of multi-stakeholder conversations that needs to take place. And one of the challenges that I've seen on a number of occasions is the appreciation, awareness, and understanding of what insurance is, and conversely, what insurance is not. And I think that in the context of a number of the perils, particularly in Southeast Asia and South Asia, where you do see frequency of events that would make traditional insurance very difficult. And conversations with policymakers saying, well, we'll just get insurance. And you're like, well, that's not actually insurance. That's a savings plan for an event that's going to happen. So it is something that I think all of us need to be somewhat mindful of. And I'm saying it half jokingly, but I think it's important that we recognize that there is a huge educational component to how we think about these types of mechanisms. And it's not just about the mechanism itself, but it's also around the fundamental tenets of what insurance is and making sure that there's awareness of what insurance is not. So with that, I just want to say a big thank you. Craig, of course, David, excellent. I was, I think quite a detailed presentation, David in particular, just going through some of these different models. Again, a lot more to think about. Now we're going to convene back again, and we're already 5 minutes behind schedule, so I've probably lost my job for tomorrow as MC. But what I'm going to propose is that we shorten the coffee break. Can we say everyone has approximately 10 minutes? We meet back, reconvene at 4:15, and hopefully our colleagues who are going to be joining in are not too put out by this slight adjustment in the schedule, but hopefully that gives people enough time to grab a coffee, stretch their legs, do whatever else they need to do before we get started on the last session for today. Sound good? Perfect. Thanks, everyone. It's not a good sign when you start to talk and people run out of the room. I think hopefully people are feeling sufficiently moved that they're able to sit back down for another hour and a bit. I think we're scheduled to run until 5:30, but we'll see how the conversation's going. We did start a little bit late, but I hope that if we keep people a few extra minutes towards the end of the day, I won't meet too many screaming objections, or you can take it out on me over dinner. So with that, what I would like to do is I'll ask Benedict to come up to the front. We have David up here. This is quite an interesting panel. There's sort of 3 subtopics, and I'm going to trust that the panelists are all well acquainted for how it's going to operate. But since it's the first time that I think we'll have the opportunity to hear from Benedict today, I'll give him the opportunity to introduce himself, a little bit about his experiences, and then he can jump right into it, and then we'll move on to David and Thomas. And Thomas can introduce himself as David already has, and then we'll move on to Jane and Thomas again. We have virtual and physical participation here. So mind the screens at the very top of the slide deck. You'll see the people up there. So with that, Benedict, please.
Thank you, Connor. So I'm Benedict, and after Lubo and Craig this morning, I only managed 10 years in the World Bank. So I was catching up, but then took a different turn as well. So I was in the World Bank for the past 10 years. I just left very recently, and most of my work there was for disaster risk finance, including leading the work across Southeast Asia. So I've met many of you before in a different capacity, but this is not a World Bank capacity anymore today. But what I'll speak about, what I was asked before, is to reflect on the work on the regional work on risk finance across Southeast Asia, but also more globally, and take some takeaways from that. And I've really focused it at a much, I'd say, higher level, taking a bit of step back from we heard a lot of details today already, a lot of technical considerations, how to approach, how to think about this. So it's a slightly more macro view again, but more from a policy macro view from the policy on risk finance. So I'll reflect on that. If you can go to the next slide. Sorry, I have to. Oh, yeah, sorry. Thank you. Oh, perfect. Yes. So I have very few slides that I will talk to, but starting on key takeaways, and I actually start with that where we left the last session. Then on how to think about setting objectives for risk finance to help frame what you may want to do working together. And as a last step, how to think about evaluating different proposals or ideas or instruments you might see and come across. So as a starting point, in fact, the question that June asked on why isn't it working in ASEAN, in Southeast Asia? So I'd have two parts to that. And first part, refining slightly what David said, in my opinion, is the schemes work technically. In reality and implementation, not everything is as good as it looks. And this doesn't mean that they're not working, it just means it's difficult. And things take time to work through. But don't think that ASEAN is uniquely struggling, because the other schemes don't have an easier time. Now, CRIF might be a bit of an outlier. I think it's much further ahead, both by years that it's been in existence. It's been around 16 years, I think, 2005, 2006. But also some of the considerations that Craig mentioned, for example, right? Very similar countries, not just in hazards, but political system, legal system, have an easier time collaborating, cooperating. And I don't need to tell anyone here that ASEAN cooperation is not always easy, even on very different topics, right? So that's one thing. Don't be discouraged and think in ASEAN it's uniquely struggling compared to the rest of the world. All of those schemes, collaborative schemes, go through those initial challenges and pains to find the right way of working together and be established. The second part to that answer, to that question, is actually what I have as the three main takeaways here. And what you'll see, I talk through each of those. But what you'll see is that none of those three lessons learned, the three things that I reflect on, is something we should keep in mind, is actually a technical consideration. Because technically speaking, there is nothing particularly difficult anymore about those pools. They're quite solved problems, right? It's what the insurance industry does every day. It's what David and colleagues can create for you on paper in 24 hours, more or less how it works. The implementation is the difficult part. Of course, there are things to be innovated and push the boundaries and come up with new structures, new ways, new financial instruments. All of that is important, is a continuous process. But the basics of it are well established and well tested. It's much more the institutional, political, operational questions that are really hard and really difficult. So my first key lesson learned on this, I called it here regional ownership. I forget who was it. Somebody used the word before. I think it was either David or Craig. Was that the same thing? I mean, a couple of things when I say ownership. One is that countries feel this is their own initiative, this is their own pool. If countries feel that this is something that's being sold to them, there's no need for regional initiative, right? There's plenty commercial players in the market who are really good at what they do, who can make you offers, who can pitch products to you. You can evaluate, say yes or no. It's a transaction, and that's good. That's how it's supposed to be. But that's different from setting up a regional collaboration. If you go through the hassle, the political coordination of setting up a regional coordination, this should be something that you feel you own. If you don't like it, change it. But it's not something that's being sold to you. So this ownership is super important at the beginning. Equally, it means by ownership, I mean that it reflects your priorities. And this comes directly from this first part, right? If as a country you want to work on agriculture insurance, this is what you make the initiative focus on. This is what you, the request you put to the initiative and put downwards. If it is, David mentioned that Caribbean Caribbean now offers electricity cover to electric utilities. That is because this was a problem for those countries. So there was a request to work on those things. Again, it's so important that any activity, whether it's a financial product or otherwise for each initiative, really reflects something that is that you face as a problem in your day-to-day work in the government. It's not something that somebody else from the outside sells to you, that somebody else thinks is necessary because somebody came up with a grand plan and grand modeling and something else. No, it has to be solving a problem that you face day to day. The second point directly flows from that is political commitment. Again, we've heard this, all the points have been said by somebody else already today. Political commitment is important for a number of reasons. One, because regional collaboration is difficult. Again, I don't need to say this, tell this to anyone here. All of you involved in ASEAN, any other regional initiative, it's difficult working together. It's difficult finding the common interests, finding the common ways of working together, especially when it comes to putting money onto something, paying for something. That requires top-down ownership. There's only so much you can do bottom-up. Even if technically it's perfect, if the decision makers are not supportive, it will not go very far. And then you may sit here another 5 years, another 10 years and think, this is a really good idea, but it's not happening. Likewise, these multi-year commitments, we heard this, right? You pay 1 year, 5 years, 10 years. If there's no political motivation and will behind this, it is not going to happen. Somebody will come in and say, why are you wasting money? Even worse, if there's a mismatch of expectation. It could be parametric insurance and basis risk that we heard, but there's many more nuances to that, right? Often in parametric insurance, there's a misunderstanding of how trigger actually works. Somebody thinks, well, it should pay out. There was a typhoon. Well, yes, but typhoon maybe not has been as strong as you decided to set the trigger. And there's good reasons why you would set a higher trigger, because it becomes very expensive if it pays out very often, right? So you want things to pay out not too frequently. But of course, a politician might come and say, well, I paid a premium last year. There was a typhoon. I'm not getting a payout. This thing doesn't work. Let's kill it. So you need this political commitment from the beginning, very clearly to understand and to defend it and stand behind it, especially when things go wrong or just don't go as it would be expected or as somebody might expect it without the necessary technical understanding. The last part is to focus on comprehensive support. And I mean a couple of things by that. One is comprehensive from a financial point of view. We've talked a lot about insurance today. I actually want to say it's not all about insurance. In fact, insurance should be one instrument that you arrive at the end of the journey, not at the beginning. So any regional initiative can consider insurance, should consider other ways to meet the objective. If it is insurance, think about what instrument that you can cover different needs. And there's one reflection right on other risk pools. All the other risk pools that had insurance for one thing, countries have faced a different peril. They have political problems afterwards. In some instances, countries dropped out of risk pools or countries questioned the value of them because it's a narrow specific cover, which might make technical sense, but it's hard to understand sometimes, so it's hard to justify politically. But by comprehensive support, I also mean that the value of initiatives goes way beyond the financial product. And I believe it's Craig who had a long list beforehand in his slides of all the other things that a regional initiative can offer, starting with education, capacity building, data, investment in technical products, risk models. just being a platform for coordination, being a platform for actually sitting together and talking and aligning policies or exchanging views, exchanging experience. Those are all very important things, public goods, if you will, from regional initiatives that shows a focus on. So those would be my three main takeaways. And again, as you see, they're not technical challenges. It's really institutional, political, governance challenges. Right. To stick slightly on this point of comprehensive protection, there's another dimension to this comprehensive protection. One is a lot of things that regional initiatives can offer on risk finance. But again, very important, it was said already, risk finance by itself can never be sustainable. So you need to look at this as part of comprehensive risk management. And that means addressing the physical risks, investing in seismic retrofitting, urban drainage, early warning systems, search and rescue capacity, all of these measures. But you can never reduce risk to zero. It's either not feasible or not cost efficient, most likely both. So you'll always have some residual risk. And that's where the financial resilience comes into place. But equally also, of course, need to look to strengthen the social resilience for households, for SMEs, for firms, for companies, so that society can cope with the shocks that do happen. Risk finance can obviously address the financial resilience directly, but has very important incentives and contribution to other aspects as well. And I think it was David, you mentioned it beforehand, this question of signaling, for example, incentives, risk ownership, who is responsible to pay, risk quantification of risk, how much does it cost? And it's not always very useful if I tell you that there's a fault line in Manila. Okay, that's bad, but what does it mean? How severe is it? How much might it cost? What's the most significant impact? Who should the government prioritize to protect, either with physical risk reduction or financial planning? So risk financing can help answer some of those questions. Right. So this was the first part, the lessons learned reflection, I guess. And one of the key parts I mentioned at the starting point was that a regional initiative, any regional initiative, has to address your policy objective as a starting point. So start with what it is you're trying to solve, not what the instrument is to do that. So these are 4 questions that you can think through in a way to help you clarify what it is you're trying to solve, and then from that deduct or deduce the right instrument, the right approach, right mechanism to do so. And the key starting point, what is it that you're trying to do? Who are you trying to protect? It's very different if you say as a government, as a Ministry of Finance, that you don't have a lot of fiscal space left after COVID, you're trying to protect your fiscal balance. And what you really want is an injection of capital into your budget after a big earthquake happens in order to make sure that you can meet your expenses. It's very different to say that than from saying, well, we have a lot of subsistence farmers in our country, and it's really about giving those farmers support after a flood or a drought destroyed their crops or the livestock. That sets you off on a very different journey, in a very different direction. Or any other objective you could pick, right? Whether it's SMEs or homeowners or households or public infrastructure as the main purpose today is. If you want to ensure or protect roads, schools, bridges, again, sets you off on a very different path, but be very clear up front about what it is you're trying to do. And the second question is, why you're trying to protect, invest in risk finance. What are the risks that you're trying to address against? Again, it changes if you say, well, I'm really concerned about frequent landslides, mountainous countries that wash out a road. It's not very catastrophic. It will not cost a huge amount when it happens, but it happens 10, 15, 20, 100 times every year. So lots of small losses. Then if you say, well, I don't care about this, I can actually finance this as part of my budget. I'm really concerned about a big earthquake hitting a big city. And I'm concerned when losses get in the tens or hundreds of millions of dollars. That's the biggest problem I'm concerned about. Of course, in order to answer that, you need to know what your risks are. Do you have a capital city on a fault line? Do you have a lot of flooding, a lot of landslides, a lot of typhoons? So assessing those risks and being, again, very clear what it is you're trying to protect against. Then you can move to the third step and figuring out, well, I know what I want to protect. I know what I want to protect against. And you can start thinking, well, where does the money come from? Where should the money come from? Can I use my budget? Do I want to set up a reserve fund, self-insurance mechanism? Do I want to work with development partners, either on contingent credit or just go when something happens afterwards? Or do I want to use risk transfer, whether this is insurance or alternative risk transfer and cat bonds, as David talked about. So then you can start thinking, well, where does the money come from? And of course, who pays for it? Closely linked to that. And last but certainly not least is then how does this money flow and reach the right beneficiaries? It's not very useful to have an insurance in place that pays out perfectly on time and the money afterwards sits in your treasury account for 6 months because you cannot go through the PFM procedures. And unfortunately, that has happened more than once. So where does the money flow, right? Does it go, do you have the PFM procedures in place that you can have an appropriation outside normal budget cycle for money that comes from outside the budget? Do you have it linked directly to operational processes, maintenance procedures, for example, to quickly restore services, or to social protection system to quickly have cash transfers in place? Of course, again, those last 2 points are closely interlinked. Indemnity insurance actually helps you with all these processes of establishing what is damaged and having payouts directly for that piece of infrastructure in place. And that discipline planning mechanism is a huge value add. In parametric insurance, for example, you don't have that. You don't have it either if you have contingent credit from development banks. Then you have to have the process in place within the government. So in thinking through those different objectives, only at the very end, I think, do you actually get to the point where you're saying, well, yes, insurance makes sense for me, or a reserve fund makes sense for me, and in certain configuration or certain setup and combination. Which brings me to the last point. How can you actually systematically think about whether a specific proposal or instrument or product is useful for what you're trying to do? Now, those are 4 core principles for risk finance that we distilled from in the World Bank, from all the work we have with governments and countries, but really nothing of this is unique or special insight. This is really condensed good practice, and you've heard, I think, pretty much all of them already in different parts from different speakers beforehand. But if you think about the first part, the timeliness of funding, some money you need very quickly because it's life-saving. A lot of money for reconstruction, you need months or years later, right? You can't rebuild bridges after an earthquake 24 hours later, unless you're Japan, but that's the exception. But it will take you weeks, months, or even years to get through the necessary planning, the permitting, the clearing rubble, going through the studies, etc. It'll take a long time. If you're clear what you're trying to address, which phase of the disaster, you can evaluate whether a proposed instrument actually makes sense. But if you say, my biggest problem is reconstruction and somebody wants to sell you parametric insurance, it's probably not a good idea. Likewise, then the risk layering. It's combining different instruments for different financial needs, for different frequencies of payout. If you say you're most concerned with meeting small losses that happen very frequently, insurance is probably not good value for money because it's really part of your cash flow management from the budget. If on the other hand, you say, I'm really concerned about a huge earthquake hitting my capital city, and I know when that happens, the losses will be in the hundreds of millions of dollars, setting up a reserve fund to set that much money aside has a huge opportunity cost. And it's very hard to do and probably not very wise to do when you have many other investment needs. So again, being clear what you're trying to protect against and how you can combine different instruments helps you evaluate whether something makes sense. The disbursement of funds, the last point I just talked about, how do things actually plug together? Does the reserve fund actually have the operational policies in place in government to spend money quickly? Again, setting up a fund and saving a lot of money might be a good idea from a financial point of view. If you can't use the money afterwards because the PFM rules and procedures are not in place to actually disperse effectively, it's probably a waste of resources and a huge opportunity cost. And last, the data and analytics. What do you need to actually evaluate whether something makes sense? Again, to stick to insurance briefly, because you heard a lot about insurance, just because something can be insured does not mean it's good value for money. And you will probably find an insurer to insure you almost anything for a certain price and tell you it's great value for money, but it can be, it doesn't have to be. Be very careful in assessing whether something makes sense, right? Insurance can be great value for money and a very powerful tool. Insurance can be a waste of money and a very bad tool if badly deployed. In order to assess what makes sense, you need to have the right data, the right analytics. And that's both physical data, hazard data, exposure data, but then also the financial analytics to quantify that and to say, well, what is good for you given your economic situation, given your fiscal space, your budget situation? Sometimes it's worth paying more for insurance. Sometimes it's not, depending on how much fiscal space you have, for example, or depending on your other dynamics of assessing it. So again, it's not a right or wrong. There's no blueprint within that to tell you what to do, but it hopefully can help assess certain proposals and ideas and then design any mechanism, any instrument, any collaborative platform, so it actually helps you address your policy objectives and ultimately better work together to implement that. So I stopped with that. I believe that was my last one. Yes. Do I give it over to David or back to you, Connor? Or...
No, I think actually what makes the most sense, if the audience agrees, that we hold the questions for the end and try to have a more dynamic conversation based on all of the perspectives. But thank you, Benedict. I think you really did frame some of the challenges very nicely, though very starkly. And as somebody who spent a lot of time working on implementation, I can tell you from my experience, I couldn't agree more. Generally, implementation is where everything falls apart because it really is about that time and institutional commitment. And that's really where the hard work is. And so thank you. I think it introduces another important aspect to the conversation. So with that, let's turn it over to David and Thomas. Now, David, of course, has introduced himself, but Thomas, who's one of the small screens at the very top, has not introduced himself. So maybe just before you get started, David, we can give the floor to Thomas to introduce himself.
Fantastic, Connor. Thanks very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, very clear.
Okay, fantastic. Well, I guess some of you I have seen in the room, I know very well and know me already very well. And I wished I was present with you, but since the pandemic and we have made use of this technology and now can hold a hybrid session, I mean, it works pretty well. And since I know you, it makes it even easier for me to talk to you. So for those who don't know me, my name is Thomas Kessler. I work with the ADB, the Asian Development Bank, for almost 5 years now. So it's not as much as others here in the room has spent their life in the development banks in the public sector. I was, before that assignment, working almost 25 years in the private sector, in the reinsurance sector. And that's also where, I've crossed paths with many of you. So what we want to do actually in the following time is present two regional initiatives that have emerged in the past, 2 to 3 years actually, during the pandemic or just before they were launched, but they really emerged in the last 2 to 3 years. And just showing you what ADB has been supporting in the Asian region, which could perhaps inspire also the ASEAN and be of some support for defining the roadmap that you want to take. And I think it probably also gives some indications about the role the insurance regulators have to play. But I think important is also to say that these initiatives, they require coordination with other ministries and most important, of course, ministries of emergency management, but also the ministries of finance, of course. And as you see that, and you've heard Rodolfo also earlier talking, pandemic is, of course, a risk that now is discussed very broadly. And I think ministries of health also, are important to join on the table. So really, these are the two there are two regional initiatives that we want to present, and hopefully they inspire your discussions going forward. So one will be on PRIF, the Pacific the Pacific Regional Infrastructure Facility, which is managed by Jane, and she will talk a little bit about it later. And we're going to start with the CARIC disaster risk transfer facility, and I'm making, if I can, a small introduction into the project, and then David is gonna lead us through some of the details, if that's fine. And I think the slides are set up, right? And so if that's okay for you, I just continue, make the introduction. David takes over, and Jane is going to present herself before she's talking about PRIF. Is that all good? You're following so far? It looks like, yeah. So, well, let me quickly introduce that regional risk transfer, disaster risk transfer facility in the CARIC region that is a technical assistance that we've started almost 3 years ago. And first, I would like to let you know, or make sure that you understand what CARIC is. CARIC is the Central Asia Regional Economic Cooperation. It consists of 11 countries in Central West Asia. So it's basically all the former Russian federation in countries, which is Uzbekistan, Azerbaijan, Turkmenistan, Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, and Kyrgyzstan. There's still some Russian influence, and there's still Russian that is spoken in these countries. Then also the CARIC consists of Afghanistan. Currently, unfortunately, we can no longer support Afghanistan due to the change of the political regime. But when we started, it was included in the project, and it's still a member country. And then we have Georgia, as well as on the other side, Mongolia, and two autonomous region of the People's Republic of China. And then we have also Pakistan. So that's the region of CARIC. And CARIC is an initiative that ADB has promoted together with these countries since over 10 years. And the idea really is to build up resilience, economic growth, at regional scale, cooperating within these regions. So it's something very similar to the ASEAN, but of course it's much younger and not yet as much developed. But one thing that is very similar to the ASEAN is the exposure of the region to climate change and to disaster risk. To disaster risks. So you know, of course, all aware about the Pakistan floods, the recent devastating floods, which has actually affected more than 30 million of people. You have seen pictures. Schools have been flushed away. Hospitals currently, more than half a million, excuse me, of pregnant women who have no facilities, really, hospitals and so forth. So it's pretty tragic, but also you have certainly read about the impact that it had on its budget, right? Its fiscal budget. And so also a series of earthquakes happened in the past 2 years in some of the countries. So it's really highly exposed, and so it's an area where we would like to promote ADB's comprehensive risk management approach, which is really to focus first and foremost on building resilience through disaster risk reduction, but also in the hindsight of disasters, of building back better. And I think for this, it's important to understand, climate change and disaster risks, not just as they are today, but also how climate change will impact disasters going forward in 2030 or 2050, and also take into consideration economic growth. And then based on that understanding is actually to promote disaster risk financing, which is very broad. And I think some speakers have already touched upon it, and you are well aware of it. But it includes, of course, risk transfer to the insurance and to the international reinsurance market, as well as to the capital market. But I think important is really that for such a comprehensive disaster risk management approach, the capacity is there with the government for making risk-informed decisions. So to understand up to what extent it makes economic sense to reduce the risk, and as of when perhaps risk transfer solutions would be appropriate, and what kind of risk financing instruments should be applied for, depending the probability of the risk and the damage scenarios that one is considering. And I think this capacity, is needed, and we want to promote at the national level, but also understand how regions can work together and set up corporations and leverage some benefits, but it's not a competing initiative. So whilst there is some benefit for cooperating regionally, I think national initiatives needs to be further promoted as well. And so basically, that is what we tried to do with this technical assistance. And it really started just before the pandemics, and the CARIC countries were interested to get some support. So we looked at, well, what are the disasters, the hazards that may make sense for a regional cooperation. And this is certainly earthquake and flood foremost. But then as soon as we got the approval to launch the project early 2020, of course, the pandemic hit, and we felt it was important also to address infectious disease risks, because, well, we are of the opinion that what we have seen and witnesses, we can learn from it, but it won't be the last time. So how can we get prepared better for a next pandemic was also part taken into consideration under this technical assistance. And so what have we done so far? We have started really to create a model to understand these three hazards. And David will outline a little bit more. I think we had to balance, perfection with still what is available on publicly, to start with something that still is state of the art, and I think we can say we reached this reasonably well, but this can of course be further enhanced. A model is never perfect, But I think it's important to have a start because then the discussions become very concrete. And the discussions will be based on the risk profiles that we have established for all the countries and for these three hazards. But then also the model has been very useful to understand what is the protection gap by looking at some worst case scenarios and also understanding what type of risk financing solutions were available in the countries, and we have seen that the gap is pretty substantial, and so we had a basis to discuss what was how we could fill this gap. But the modeling is important, well, also, as I mentioned earlier, to understand the economic benefit of various activities, and disaster risk reduction is certainly important. And so we created a model and an interface to the model so that the officers, the public officers of all the governments could access, we wanted to illustrate the findings of the models, and we wanted everyone being able to play around and to have a basis to take informed decisions. We are at the stage where we have presented this to all the CARIC country member states physically, first time last week, as I think earlier on David said, in Istanbul, and the feedback was really very, very engaging. So lots of questions, lots of interest to know more, and that's basically what now we are doing in the next phase, looking at two paths, right? One is to establish a risk pool that would be institutionalized, capitalized, that would retain some of the risk, like has been explained by David, but also Benedict a little bit earlier. And but we know that this will take time. So I think important is to set the roadmap for it, to understand what needs to be done and to start this journey. But meanwhile, on a parallel basis, what we want to offer to the region is a quick access to the reinsurance, insurance industry and the capital market by issuing a cat bond, or as we would like to call it, a disaster relief bond. So that's really what where we are at and what we aim in the course of the next months until October next year, when this project will be finalized. And all the publication, lots of what we have developed for that region is accessible through the website on the CARIC program, and you will find also the publications that are still on that slide. But I guess in order to give you a little bit of a more detailed understanding of the model and the approach at this stage, David, do you want to take over and continue the presentation?
Okay. Thank you very much, Thomas. Thomas has given you very detailed breakdown. Eric. So I've got quite a few slides here. I'm going to go through most of them very, very quickly because I think it's already been said either by Thomas or in earlier sessions today. I'll say a little bit about the model, first of all. I think, Thomas, it's been mentioned a number of times before, you need something to which to hang your decisions by. Now, I've been involved with insurance industry modeling since my earliest days in the insurance industry. And in fact, I built the first European windstorm model ever, for example. So I built these models, I know what they're like. The thing about models that are, as Thomas said, they're very assumption dependent. Because they're very assumption dependent, it's very, very important you understand what those assumptions are and you validate them. So the approach we took for this project was we had to have modeling which was open. So we had to have modeling where it is possible to engage with experts in country to actually validate the assumptions we made. Again, because of COVID, we couldn't have those face-to-face validation sessions early on, But it's interesting when we had the conversations in Istanbul last week that Pakistan, for example, said, hey, your model seems to be under-predicting flood. We just had a major event. But what we have, though, we have an open model where the assumptions are clear within that model. We can look at the assumptions around the hazard. So the chances of getting a flood of a certain size, how likely is it? We can also look at the assumptions around the exposure. So what buildings are there, what people are there, what impact could it have? And we can have a look at the assumptions around vulnerability. So if the model seems to be coming out the wrong results, these models become a catalyst for discussing and understanding risk. And sometimes, actually, I think the modeling is as important as the result that comes out the end, because they actually begin to try to understand those models. But it's important, therefore, that the models are open and transparent. If you have a black box model, that takes you nowhere. It takes you to a cul-de-sac. You can't guarantee, you can't see why the model is wrong. You can't engage with it, except this is wrong, this is right. You need to understand how it's getting the answer. So because of that, we engaged with 3 firms for the modeling work. For earthquake, we worked with the Global Earthquake Model people, who are an academic group who have developed something called OpenQuake. So they have developed a methodology for earthquake around the world, and they applied that methodology to the CARIC countries on a consistent basis, using the best earthquake science which is available. They had to make some assumptions about exposure. So exposure was developed on a consistent basis, based partly on satellite observation, but mainly on statistics about population density, wealth, and land use. So that information was kind of gathered. So it is indicative event set, exposure set. It's not measured, it's not absolute, but it's good enough, we think, to begin to structure a deal and understand risk. But if we're going to try and do an indemnity program, for example, we'd need to replace that exposure data set with real exposure data. So again, this model has been designed that we can adapt it, change it, move it. For flood, we're working with a company called JBA, who are a flood modeling hydrology consultancy firm in the UK, who have developed a global flood model. Now that global flood model has a resolution of 30 meters over the entire world. As mentioned before, flood is a very, very complicated hazard to model. So this is a first step model. It really looks at rainfall, excess rainfall, both in basins and locally, and looking at both riverine flood and flash flood. There may be other things we need to take into account. So if we're looking at a scheme in a big city, for example, their drainage is really important. Understanding not just what drainage is meant to be there, but what drainage actually is there and how well maintained it is. We need to look at defenses. So this is again, as Thomas was saying, any modeling could be better, but this modeling is, we think, good at what it does, and it gives you a good base on which to build. We then moved on to looking at infectious disease, and a firm called Metabiota were employed to do this work. Metabiota actually were brought in by the World Bank when they're looking at the second stage of the PEF. They are also working with African Risk Capacity on their proposed, soon to be launched, infectious disease program in there. They are quite interesting as a company because they're not just modelers, they're also experts in the field. So they gather data, they gather information, they look at preparedness of individual countries. Because pandemic, even more than flood, is to some extent a management issue. It's not just the diseases do spread naturally, but they spread again. How quickly they spread depends on the measures put in place. So part of the analysis which was done actually in October, November 2020, was looking at the then developing COVID epidemic and begin to think what could happen. How do we actually rate the preparedness of each individual country? What would happen if vaccines develop? How can we expect that to slow rates? So part of the modeling was trying to help countries prepare and respond to COVID, but also it's looking in the broader term, how likely is this event to reoccur? It's very, very difficult, right? But it's very, very difficult. So again, the need for transparency about assumption is even more important. So if I move on, part of the work we did was a risk profile reports, and this is a protection gap report. This is the one for Pakistan. So we looked with the team also included a development economist, and with him and with the modelling results, we began to look at what instruments were in place within Pakistan at the moment. And this is just Pakistan as an example, because it was done for all the countries. And begin to then think about, well, do they have funding available to respond to particular events. Right, so we looked at what the average kind of hits was from these events in terms of gross national income. We looked at direct building losses. We looked at what we call indirect losses, which is other economic losses. So two together was total economic hit. And we looked at number of people impacted, number of fatalities effectively, which actually came from this particular event. So we were able to look at actually what kind of event frequency would be covered by different financing mechanisms. So was there existing financing within the model framework itself within Pakistan to respond to events of particular magnitudes, both in terms of financing to cover reconstruction, but also financing to cover that emergency response need, to have efficient emergency response. And Pakistan was seen to be particularly vulnerable, right? So there was a modeling threshold. We didn't model tiny events. We kind of modeled events above a certain level. And effectively, Pakistan was found to be vulnerable, effectively to virtually every model which we were generating. For emergency response, they had perhaps 1 in 5 availability of funding. So they could cope with events you can expect every 5 years. Beyond that, they need to either dip into other budgets to redirect funding to perhaps rob education, rob health to pay for emergency response, which is not ideal, or dependence on external sources of funding or post-event lending, borrowing. So I think, so that you begin to understand exactly how vulnerable each country is and have a dialogue with that country about what to do and how to protect it. And as has been said, this is not just all about insurance. We're looking at other mechanisms as well. For infectious disease, we looked at a number of different diseases. The main driver by a long way in this particular region was respiratory diseases, which included coronaviruses. And you can kind of look here, I mean, the graphs show on the horizontal axis return period, which is like the inverse of probability. So 1 in 100 events is an event that occurs at 1% probability in any one particular year. 1 in 200 event occurs with 0.05% probability any one year. So we can then look at actually how that goes. And you can see that it goes up very quickly. So we can see these events get very, very big and then they tend to flatten out. Other minor hazards, minor diseases, Nipah and CCHF have much lower impact in terms of number of people, but there you can see actually that probably the diseases are rather more controllable. But from this, coupled with the more qualitative work, which actually the Metabiota guys did. It's not just about numbers, particularly for infectious disease. It has to be understanding the ability of a country to respond, the ability to finance that response. But something like Nipah and CDHF, it's actually also a matter of identifying sources quickly and making sure that we isolate and close that infection source off so it doesn't spread. And these diseases are much more severe. If you catch it, you're much more likely to die, but they're harder to give to other people. I'll move to the next slide. This is an example of Thomas was talking about. We gave each country a viewer, if you like, where they could actually look at their individual risk. It was actually set up to work at admin level 1, which is in this case is Pakistan again. It's a matter of looking at properties in Pakistan, and we can look at again the risk of total economic loss, property loss, and number of people affected within any particular kind of return period. So you get some idea about how bad events can be and where those events are located, which provinces are particularly badly affected. It's worth saying, by the way, the models do go down below admin level 1. So we do actually have information right down to those quite small located areas. So the modeling, this viewer can be enhanced, right, to actually really dive down into individual localities, should we wish to do so. But it does begin to allow the country and officials who aren't technical, so non-technical officials, to begin to engage with quite a technical concepts. And to be honest with you, I think this session, when we had the session in Istanbul, was the most interesting because I thought this was going to be the most painful. I thought it was going to be very, very difficult to run because people won't understand it. We're running it in 4 different languages, right? This was the one which really got people excited because actually people began to understand and think in these terms about how they understand risk. And it's interesting. What I thought was the worst session, I think probably was the best session. We also we've talked a number of times today about the needs to not look at disaster risk financing in isolation. I agree that insurance should be the last thing you do. First thing you do is look at the risks you have, decide whether can they be managed better? Can you reduce the risk? And then actually other ways of financing what's residue, what's left over. The trouble is with disaster risk reduction is you can't reduce straight away, right? If you identify a need, it'll take time in place. So there may be a need for funding disaster risk financing while you're actually trying to reduce the risk. We've worked with the ATR University in Zurich to actually employ some software called Clamada. Clamada is a free public utility software which allows you to work, in this case, quite a local level. This is Karachi, I believe, in Pakistan, and begin to get an idea about the cost benefits of different risk reduction measures. So what happens if you reforested upstream? What happens if you built a defense against flood? What happens if you improved your planning to make sure that the plant buildings are only built where they should be built? It's worth saying, by the way, I didn't say it before, which I should have done, for flood risk, we don't just look at current flood, we also look at future flood risk by looking at what could happen by different climate change scenarios. So we begin to see that with current levels of risk, then there's this level of risk, but then if climate change progresses the way that we expect it to progress, that risk will increase. So what may be adequate defenses now may be inadequate in 2030. Even 5 years, actually. So I think we're looking at these type of issues as well. Now, again, this is a starting point. We're not saying this is actually something which is, totally indicative. You need to spend money now on this. But this gives, again, it's part of this process is capacity building, helping understand what can be done and what processes need to be gone through to understand what risks are there and how they are managed. And final slide on this disaster risk management tool, we then allow people, countries begin to play with different insurance solutions. So they say, if I want to buy a cover which gives me $5 million for an event I can expect every 10 years, and $100 million for an expense I expect every 100 years, what premium will that cost me? And they can then make a judgment about whether that's an efficient spend. Well, they may decide, well, no, I need something. My immediate funding needs are much more short-term than that. They may need to have money which comes in and hits quite quicker, harder, quicker, and then knowing that if a very big event occurs, international aid will come. So I think it's a matter, again, balancing needs. And I'm coming back to the point Benedict made very well. We need to make sure that this thing is focused on the need of the country, not what people think their need is. So it has to be a locally made decision about what they need and what they want. And we need to be flexible enough to be able to offer that cover to them when they want it. If I then move on, I'm going to jump through the next few slides. We've already talked about them. And just go through this last one. Thomas has already talked about this. It really important that we had that session in Istanbul last week. The ADB managed to get at that meeting for every one of the countries, somebody from the finance ministry, somebody from the emergency management ministry, and somebody from health. Sometimes for some countries, the first time these people have met, all right, and actually talked amongst each other about particular needs. The key point is, it's been said a number of times, you need to have buy-in. This is cannot be an imposed solution. People have to recognize this is a good idea, not be told it's a good idea. Sometimes if there's donor finance things, people won't turn the free lunch down, right? But that's not going to be sustainable. You have to make sure that this thing is actually wanted and that there is sufficient capacity building to make sure that this thing can be maintained over time, over a long time. So the first point of this session is getting agreement. Now, it may be not all 11 members of CARIC or 10 active members of the program now will agree, but we hope a subset of them will agree that this is something they will engage with and actually will move forward with. So that's, again, then thinking about what the format of that agreement would be, what the priorities of this agreement should be. It can go in different directions, right? It doesn't have to be insurance. It could be just, again, we create a facility to help support each other, right? To help support each other by having a common taking this modeling platform that's been created and taking it further, right, on a collective basis rather than an individual basis. So there's various things which can be done, but part of that, we hope, will be tools to help them better manage risk and better transfer risk if they wish to do so. If we're going towards a disaster risk transfer piece, then I strongly believe that a pooling facility is going to be the most effective solution for them. We were fortunate to have at the session not only Isaac Anthony, CEO of CRIF, but also a guy called Tim Nylander. Tim is kind of legal expert behind a number of these schemes. He's literally the guy who's written the book on this. Okay, so he's the guy who understands how these schemes can put up, the various legal issues and practical issues you have to go through to create these kind of schemes. It is clear that a scheme in Carrick will take time to put together. So therefore, but the need is now. The flood that happened in Pakistan this year, something equivalent can happen in another country next year. If you think about it, 10 countries, a 1 in 10 risk will happen to, is likely to happen to one of them next year. All right. So I think the 1 in 100 could happen, the 1 in 500 could happen. So it's important we begin to think if that risk is recognized and the need to do something is recognized, we put something into place more quickly. So working with the ADB is looking at perhaps providing something called a disaster relief bond. As Thomas says, that's a catastrophe bond, but effectively within it, kind of it recognizes the need for that funding to be spent on disaster response, but also may include incentives to reduce risk as well. So it is kind of a slightly blended instrument, and that will be a rather like the World Bank's capital at risk notes program. It's a kind of a cat bond issuance, which is free of many of the issues which a normal cat bond issuance has, which means creating a special purpose vehicle. There's issues around creating it, there's issues around running it. So this is a simplified version of a catastrophe bond, which actually will be available to hopefully be made available to those which should take part of it within 9 to 12 months. Probably, to be frank, earthquake is easier to do in the short term than flood, just because flood risk is so individual. But again, certainly for earthquake, we can put something into place very quickly. Flood, I hope, almost as quickly. But that is a greater technical challenge. But the points, again, as I think Benedict and others have made, technical challenges are there and they will take time to do, but they are the easy bit. All right. We want to make sure we produce a product which has minimal basis risk, is transparent, so you don't get the risk of misunderstanding, which I actually call political basis risk, if you like. So there's, but at the same time meet the needs, and actually also is palatable to insurance markets like Swiss Re at a price which actually is realistic for the reinsurance markets, but also is realistic for the continuing purchase by the facility. So that's really, I think, where we are. Thomas, I'm not sure if you want to say a final word.
Yeah, thank you very much, David. Perhaps just two words whilst we are changing the presentation, and then Jane can take over from there. I would like to emphasize two things, right? I mean, what has been confirmed and what I've seen, throughout the past years, engaging with the public sector, with the governments, and having these discussions at regional basis, really it comes down to some kind of modeling needs to be there, and some kind of concrete initial solution needs to be on the table as well. And then the dialogue becomes very concrete, because before that, it's all about conceptuals, and there are so many questions and reasons for not proceeding, right? But once there is a model, as good as it is, but it needs to be made accessible in an easy way, and then the dialogue starts. I think that's the one thing I just wanted to say. The other thing, just on this on this initiative, it's not just about ADB. I mean, we are happy to lead that project, but we really would like to cooperate with other development partners. And so we are reaching out and coordinating all the efforts of other development partners, such like World Bank, but also UNDRR, very specifically UNDP. And on the infectious disease and pandemic side, we had representatives from WHO who came and introduced us also to their counterparts at the Ministry of Health. We had the European Disaster Control for disease, the ECDC. We had the Global Fund. So, really partners also that are bringing some funding, but also some different aspects to the discussion. So I think these two things I wanted to emphasize. But yeah, I'm happy to answer some questions later, but perhaps we want to focus quickly to the last, the second regional initiatives that we are supporting, which is a little bit of a different angle, really focusing on making infrastructure more resilient and reducing risk, disaster risk, but also leveraging the insurance, the value proposition of the insurance industry. So Jane, do you want to take over from there? I don't see yet. I think the presentation is starting. Yeah. So over to you, Jane.
Okay. Thank you. So can you hear me? Okay. So thank you. My name is Jane Romero from the Pacific Region Infrastructure Facility. So just a brief introduction. My background is in engineering, not an insurance expert. Early in my career, I was a practicing structural engineer. Then spent some time at the Institute for Global Environmental Strategies doing work on environment and climate change. Did some consulting work with ADBI in sustainable transport. And then in the last 4 years, I work as a technical assistance officer at the Pacific Region Infrastructure Facility. So yeah, thank you to the organizers and to Thomas for looping us in to share what we are doing in the Pacific. So this regional insurance facility for resilient infrastructure, this is our aspiration for the Pacific. This doesn't exist yet, but this is more like the long-term aspiration that we are working on. So to start, I would like to introduce first what PRIF is. So maybe moving on to the next slide. Yeah, so as Thomas have mentioned, maybe PRIF or what we are doing in the Pacific is a bit unique in a way that the initiative is coming from the donors. And PRIF is a multi-donor coordination and technical assistance facility. We coordinate the activities of the 8 active players in the Pacific. There's the Asian Development Bank, Australia, European Union, plus the European Investment Bank, JICA, New Zealand, the US, and World Bank. So all of them have this intention to meet the Pacific infrastructure challenges by improving the quality and coverage also of infrastructure. So the assistance of these 8 partners cover 13 Pacific countries plus PNG as associate member. And PRIF is being hosted at the Sydney office of ADB since 2008. So we've been in the region for about a decade or so. And next slide, please. And just to give you a the one with the Pacific map. Yeah, so this is just to provide you context of the landscape that we are working in. I think we've heard a lot about the CRIF, or how the Caribbean countries are cooperating and somehow they're in the same level of economic development and all that, so it's easier for them. For the Pacific side, it's a bit diverse in a way that within the 13 or 14 countries that PRIF caters to, population probably that we're looking at for the whole region is about 11 million. 9 million is in PNG, about 1 million is in Fiji, about 600,000 are in Solomon Islands, and then you'll have a scattering of smaller population in those number of countries. With Niue, that I'm sure, I don't know if you're familiar with, it is the latest ADB member country, has a population of less than 2,000. So with this sort of context, with the size of countries, the different level of their economic development and how they are, like, you know, sparsely scattered in the Pacific Ocean, provides that different challenges also in delivering infrastructure projects there. We started our study or our exploration because of around, maybe it's like more than a year ago, many of the donors are telling us that they're having difficulty in accessing insurance coverage for the projects that they're about to implement. And that sort of simple problem or simple question, trying to understand what's going on. Is it just an insurance problem? Is it a supply problem? Or what is the long-term solution for this one if it's not? And that led to this technical assistance in trying to understand what's really going on and how to address that. And the uniqueness, probably because of this PRIF or this coordination facility among donors, is that it's possible to have like a project pool. Individually, the projects in countries may be quite small. So that's why the appetite of the insurance market is not there. And other than, the risks associated with doing projects in the Pacific, the size of the projects are quite small, but collectively among that 8 donors, in 2021, for example, the total portfolio is about 1.5 billion. So it can be substantial if put in one basket, but the range of projects within that sort of basket is scattered into, it's like a few big ones and a number of smaller ones. And there's also a number of projects that are less than 5 million. And those projects that are ranging from maybe 5 million to 20 million, those are the projects that are having difficulty getting insurance coverage. So we work with a team of consultants to help us have a better understanding of the problem and the solutions that are possible to explore. They've started working with us last April, and now they are in the stage of finalizing the report. Actually, on Friday, we have a working group meeting, because part of the coordination role of PRIF is that we have working groups in various sectors wherein we engage with project officers from the 8 partners in trying to discuss issues that are relevant to them, common issues that can somehow lead to a coordinated approach in addressing them. And insurance is one of those cross-cutting issues that they are interested in. Next slide, please. So with that, we started as an insurance problem, but throughout the study also and consultations with various stakeholders, including project officers of the development partners, procurement officers, the insurance industry, and just trying to understand the situation and the aspects of risk that are being transferred. Then the solution also that the consultants have come up is more holistic in a way, that there are some actions that can be done in trying to improve the design of the project to lessen the risks. And through risk engineering, risk management, and trying to address also fundamental issues in the Pacific regarding data availability, or as simple as building codes and standards, construction quality management, and what can be done about it, leveraging technology innovations and all that. So they've tried to explore those it's like options that can be already be implemented with a bit of tweaking on how projects are being delivered. There's also recommendations on insurance procurement. A lot of the infrastructure in the Pacific are dependent on donor support, either through loans or grants. And usually the banks or other development partners are also very risk averse in a way that as much as possible, they would want to transfer the risk to contractors. But the reality also that the level of or the capacity and expertise of the contractors operating in the Pacific, maybe they are not the ones that are best able to absorb those risks. So there could be like some rethinking there that has to happen on maybe if there's some role for donors to subsidize some of the premium, if not all the risk can be transferred to the contractors. And there are other recommendations there that are more on the pooling facility. And as Thomas have mentioned, how to leverage like a long-term solution to ensure quality, resilient infrastructure. And I wouldn't be going through them. I'll ask Thomas to give you more details on what the long-term solution would look like. And that's on the next slide. So Thomas, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Jane. And just 1 or 2 minutes more, because I think this gives you really an overview of the ambitions and the facility that we believe that we could create, taking the opportunity of having a portfolio, a very concrete portfolio. Because what happens basically is that so far the projects, they were approached individually, and the insurance industry was approached at a very late stage, when everything was set, the design, the financing and everything. And 2 weeks before the launch of the construction, the brokers were shopping around. And of course, what the insurance industry was seeing was not very pleasing, in the sense that, well, individual risks, highly exposed, and either the quotation was too expensive or it was refused because there was no appetite. So basically, having a portfolio approach allows to diversify risks, aggregating several infrastructure projects of different sectors of different countries regionally, and then providing a basis for discussion which is very concrete, but which probably is making more sense from a capital allocation point of view. But really what we want to do is project by project involve the insurance industry much earlier, presenting them the project and asking them for risk advisory at an early stage before the design phase, so that the design of the project can be improved. But perhaps also it can lead to understanding the risk landscape in the region. It can lead to proposal of additional infrastructure projects, identifying infrastructure that needs to be made more resilient, or adaptation investments that need to be made. At the same time, there will be a good understanding of the risks across the life cycle of the infrastructure project. So from design phase to erection and then operation maintenance phase, and all the risk across the life cycle will be identified and will be matched with some supply, because there are lots of products, insurance products beyond NatCat, that can be provided to de-risk the project. So I think that's the second element, is to provide a diversified portfolio for which risk across the life cycle have been identified, and this facility, based on quotation of some leaders, will find the insurance market at hopefully more attractive covers, from a price perspective, but also from a coverage perspective. But then I think a last element is important. It's actually, we're talking about protection gap, but we have not addressed, the infrastructure finance gap, which is huge. So, the need for resilient infrastructure cannot be covered by donors on its own or by government on its own. We need to mobilize and catalyze private sector financing. And I think the asset side of the insurance industry is something that we would like to leverage more and to attract. And so having this portfolio, having insurers being involved in the understanding of the project earlier and the risk of these projects may actually allow a discussions with the asset side, the asset managers of the insurance, the reinsurance companies, perhaps the pension funds going forward, in order to attract them as co-financing for these projects. And so PRIF, the donor platform, will become a catalytic finance tool, which will be matched by private sector investors as well. So that's basically, what we intend to come up. And as Jane said, we had initial discussions with leading players from the reinsurance, the insurance, the broker, the risk management communities, and there is still need of further discussions, but there is an interest to come up with a concrete solutions. And these solutions they can be applied for PRIF in the region of the Pacific, but we are meanwhile in the past 3 months we have started a discussion which is very similar in the Hindu Kush Himalayan area, where ADB has made some investments, some water utility investments, trying to catch some water from a river down glaciers. And this investment was actually becoming a damage because of climate change and in excess rainfall, which led to landslides, and which damaged the whole investment. And so similar discussions have come in that region. It's to see how we could leverage the value proposition of the insurance industry in order to have an early and better risk-informed discussion, how we can enhance the design of infrastructure, how we can cover and de-risk infrastructure risk across the life cycle, and how we can attract investments from the private sector. Well, hopefully this was also an initiative which we wanted to showcase you, which we may inspire the ASEAN region. There are some discussions at ADB to set up some disaster and climate finance funds, and they could be operating in a similar way as on this slide is highlighted. So donor and government investment funding would be used as catalytic funding and enhanced through insurance risk advisory, de-risking, and co-financing services. So we're going to stop there. I'm aware that we have passed by almost more than 5 minutes, the hour. So hopefully you're still bearing with.
That wasn't me. I didn't cut him off. We lost your audio, Thomas.
Oh, sorry. So sorry. So I said, hopefully you're still with us, and sorry for being a little bit long, but with this, we hope that we incentivize your discussion of tomorrow. And back to you, Connor.
Oh, thank you so much, Thomas. And I don't know how to do justice to what we've heard over the last hour and a half. Clearly a lot of food for thought. I do, of course, want to make sure that if there is within the audience any questions for our panel of panelists, that we take those now. I'm not going to look to our friend who has had lots of questions. I did, from my perspective, have one, I suppose it's a comment, but within the comment, there is a question. And the comment is that one of the things that we've heard from at GIP from our insurance sector partners is that there is indeed some significant challenges on the capacity side, that there is at sometimes a feeling that there is a broad spectrum of different risks, that there's clearly a need for different solutions and instruments, but that sometimes within that there needs to be some element of prioritization. And the prioritization isn't necessarily that this risk is more important than that risk, and that's going to guide our thinking, but rather how do we effectively, and I think this touches on some of the challenges that Benedict was outlining, how do we effectively ensure that we're focusing on those areas that are going to give us the most traction and help us to shift the narrative in the conversation towards greater resilience, and the role that platforms and approaches like this can play. And I don't want to single out any particular panelist to answer it, but I do feel that this is something that I hope we can get into a little bit more tomorrow, just to say that I think there is a lot for us to unpack here. I think that there is a need for us to be thinking about, well, what are those sort of core elements, those foundational pieces that are going to give us the traction that we need to be able to make meaningful progress in the face of, I think a fairly ominous and significant risk landscape, particularly in Southeast Asia. And how do we incrementally begin to address the need for greater resilience across the region? And I'll stop there. And of course, any of the panelists, they're more than welcome to comment. But I do think that hopefully tomorrow we do have the opportunity through these conversations to draw some of that thinking out a little bit more from the audience after a day of pretty heavy information sharing. And tomorrow, hopefully more on the exchange side of things. I don't know, Thomas, Jane, Benedict, any final?
Connor, very shortly, I think that's exactly the point, right? I think we have spoken about ownership, and I think you're right, priorities, and we really wanted to give some food of thoughts for tomorrow's discussion. I think what preface example shows that in the Pacific, one of the priority is resilient infrastructure. There is a donor fund, and so there is a concrete pipeline. But even there, we are discussing about, well, what are the sectors we are prioritizing? Because I guess it may be different, energy infrastructure project or urban projects. But so let's focus. When we look at the CAREC, well, we had a high level sense of what are the disaster, the hazards that have the largest impact. And I think we started with flood and earthquake, and then added pandemics. Of course, the discussion showed that, well, sometimes some countries are more concerned about cities, or perhaps very specific these hazards that they encountered, like landslide, but at least it triggers a discussion. And I think we also, in the course of the day, have seen, Indonesia, and also the title of this, right? Public assets, and the Philippines, what has been done. So I think there's a lot of experience today, but at some times, a decision has to be made, where do we start? I remember also we had discussion, and we are working in Vietnam. There is a law about, insuring public assets. So that was a focus, because, we thought it is a priority to respond. But I think here really tomorrow important is to view in mind that well, what does ASEAN wants to approach on a regional basis? It will not replace, but it will complement the national initiatives. And I think, again, that's probably the approach, that should be taken. And I wish you all, pleasures. It's an enjoyable discussion, but some decisions need to be taken. Yes.
Benedict?
Thanks, Connor. Brief thought on how to move ahead on this, right? One of my main takeaways, not from today, but from working in this space for quite some time, is we need to make it simpler for governments. We need to reduce transaction costs. But everyone who's in this room for 2 days is not working on actually getting stuff done at home. And that's not ADB. That's ADB plus World Bank plus JICA plus GIP plus IDF plus UNDP plus UNDRR plus everyone else running in parallel, going knocking on government doors, taking away the actual productive time. So that's one thing. Finding consolidation, simplification, and making it less time on government officials to actually implement solutions. And the second thing I think is it's still way too complicated. The way we collectively talk about insurance, it just takes way too long to understand. It shouldn't be that technically complex in explaining it, in presenting it, in offering products that governments can sign up to participate in. I think we need to get much better making this simple and client focused rather than kind of insurance focused or risk finance focused, whatever it is.
Perfect.
Just respond to that last point.
Yeah.
I do agree with you. I mean, one thing actually I've learned, so I'm a common actuary by background, so I quite like complexity. I like doing things which are complex, which actually minimize basis risk. But the one thing you learn very, very quickly is simplicity is far preferable, because actually it's better to have something which may not be perfect, which you understand, than something which also isn't perfect, but you don't understand. So I think actually, I agree with you, we need to cut through and make this far more accessible.
Perfect. Any final thoughts, Jane?
Yeah, so maybe in the Pacific, coordination, collaboration is necessary out of necessity. For ASEAN, the capacity of individual countries are already quite substantial. And working, and you can say that Pacific is the most challenging region to work. And if this sort of initiative is being explored over there, so it looks like it would be, I think, maybe an easier exercise for ASEAN. So I hope you'll have a more fruitful and encouraging discussion tomorrow. Thank you.
Perfect. Well, with that, I think it's fair that we call today to a close. So a big thank you, Jane, for joining us. Thomas, Dongchun, Chernobyl, and Hopschwitz, and everyone else, David, Benedict, thank you so much. It's, as I said, been very rich, particularly this last panel. I think there was a lot there. And I hope that people, as they reflect a little bit more, maybe there's some good conversations over dinner. Tomorrow we come back with some energy to grapple with some of these things. And really, I think, have some of those difficult conversations that are critical if we're going to be able to, as we say, move the needle a little bit. So with that, a couple of final housekeeping items. One, there is a survey you can do. You can scan that QR code. I just want you to know that anything negative said about the moderator is not appreciated. No, I'm just joking. But please do, if you can, take the time to fill it in. These things are always very helpful for being informative of how we can make these events more engaging, more interesting, more valuable for the participants. The second thing is just on dinner. We're going to the same place that we had lunch, so that makes things easier, I hope. Everyone should be able to find their way back. We're scheduled to convene there at 6:30. And I think that gives everyone a little bit of time. Dress code is normal. casual. So hopefully that means no suits and ties. And anything else that we need to be aware of? Free seating. No assigned seats. Perfect. Cool. Oh, yes. And that's an important thing. Thank you, Min. Tomorrow morning, we're convening at 9 a.m., not 9:30. So if everyone could try to be here right at 9 a.m. so we can get started right on time, that would be most appreciated. So with that, thank you, everyone. Thank you to the panelists. Thank you those joining virtually. Thank you, Pachaya, if you're still there. And yeah, look forward to seeing everyone at dinner and continuing the conversation tomorrow. Cheers.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone. Enjoy the dinner.
Thank you.
Yeah.